nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part of Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
Us has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
It is often expected that the success of a good West African Examination Council WAEC result is crowned with admission into a university. University admission for any school leaver is a dream come true. Sadly, this news comes with a bittersweet pill to every struggling parent. Not because they do not desire higher education for their children, but because the cost of education in Nigeria is very expensive. You see, most families in the country are barely surviving on the meager income the parents make. So, with the addition of university tuition, hostel fees, feeding allowance, transportation, and other miscellaneous needed to fund university education, parents are thrown into a state of worry and confusion as much as they are happy. This is so because the economy in the last 1 decade has been going from bad to worse with inflation on a constant rise. There is insecurity, food scarcity, and economic challenges, among other problems. Noting these challenges, the administration of President Bola Tinubu, after announcing the removal of fuel subsidy, launched the Nigerian Education Loan Fund (NEL Fund) student loan program on July 17, 2024 to give tertiary students access to education. The loans are intended to help students pay for tuition fees and other costs while studying at approved institutions. Loan schemes such as this for tertiary education students already operate in about 13 African countries. Countries like Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Ethiopia, Malawi, Zambia, Lesotho, Namibia, Swaziland, Botswana, and South Africa. However, the reception towards the NEL Fund program from Nigerian students has been something of a concern. The students have shown skepticism towards the program for the following reasons. Many Nigerian students have a deep-seated distrust in government policies, largely due to previous programs that were either mismanaged or failed to deliver on promises. Past education-related initiatives, such as scholarship schemes or bursaries, have not always been sustained, leading to doubts about the continuity of this loan program. While the loan is touted as interest-free and repayment starts after gaining employment, students are concerned about the vagueness of the repayment process, meaning that there is no clarity on repayment terms. Among other reasons, the prospect of starting adulthood with debt in a country with an unpredictable economic climate is a significant concern. Eligibility concerns, job market and unemployment concerns are other reasons why Nigerian students are skeptical about this scheme. These concerns depict the need for better communication from the government, addressing these fears and ensuring that the program is implemented transparently to gain the confidence of Nigerian students. Chike Okulu, reporting for SOUQ News.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors, serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and the United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC UTB before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Otumete City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Cussons Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian group chief executive of PZ Cussons. Still in 1990, he was appointed chairman of PZ Cussons PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a chairman and chief executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, T2, although his first appointment as executive chairman of PZ Cussons was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defended profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, and also he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian breweries sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of mine.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award (NPMA). Additionally, is a Chartered Global Management Accountant (CGMA), a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria (MAN), he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past President of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former President of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He's also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association (NECA), Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry (LCCI), and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management (NIM). He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Henry Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshobo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Bede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba I of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Kola Babalola Jamodu.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that works with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. I mean, one of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen And to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In a situation we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960. 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005 BUA started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, SOUQ Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogun-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogun-Okbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Food exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
The unchecked activities of the touts and extortionists at Lagos seaports and along the Economic Community of West African States (ECOWAS) corridors have severe impacts on trade facilitation, transport businesses, human lives, the maritime industry, the economy, and the country's international image. Despite promises from the state government and calls for collaboration among government agencies and security authorities to address the menace at Tinkan and Apapa ports, as well as the Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway extension points, continue to increase. SOUQ News found that the number of extortion points along the port corridors manned by both state and non-state actors, which was estimated at 30 by the Nigerian Ports Authority 2 years ago, has increased to about 60. In July 2024, the NPA lamented the increasing extortion activities at Lagos ports as its investigation identified collection flashpoints ranging from 500 naira to 15,000 naira. From Ijora Olokpa to Apapa port and Mile 2 to Tinkan Island port, there are about 60 points where truck drivers pay between 1,000 naira and 5,000 naira daily. The most notorious checkpoint collects between 5,000 naira and 20,000 naira daily from each truck accessing the two ports in Lagos. Truck drivers I spoke with lamented that they are forced to pay about 70,000 naira daily to access the Lagos ports to these touts and extortionists who use dangerous tactics to collect money without minding the lives at risk. The Mile 2 Lagos-Badagry Expressway, which is a critical international corridor, also suffers from over 20 extortion points, with each truck paying about 60,000 naira daily. Approximately 3,000 trucks access the Lagos ports daily, each spending about 130,000 naira on extortion, totaling 390 million naira daily. This is a huge loss to the country and its citizens, and yet our security personnel are always there. What a waste. This menace not only causes financial loss to truckers, but also significantly increases the cost of transportation of goods, with customers ultimately paying 20% more. The MPA, in collaboration with the Lagos State government, last month went on a week-long clearing of illegal structures used by extortionists along the corridors of Lagos ports to enhance trade facilities and improve the security and safety of port users. However, the MPA soon decried the resurgence of extortion points along port access routes, noting ineffective efforts to curb the menace. The General Secretary of the Association of Maritime Truck Owners, Amatu, Mohammed Bala, raised the alarm over rampant extortion checkpoints surrounding Apapa and Tinkan ports, with violent activities of both governmental and non-governmental entities on container trucks along port corridors and international routes. According to Bala, these issues severely hamper the progress and stability of trucking operations and the country's gross domestic product, GDP. Bala pointed out that despite his position as one of the largest employer of labor in the maritime industry, contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP and being the lifeline of ports and supply chain, its operations are under constant threat. The General Manager Operations of the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NARTO, Mr. Stephen Okafo, noted that extortion activities translated to budgeted expenses for truck owners, contributing about 10% to 15% of their daily overhead costs. He said the cumulative financial loss runs into billions of naira yearly, affecting not only the transport sector but also the broader economy. According to the findings of SOUQ News, these hoodlums compromise safety by climbing onto the trucks, dragging the steering wheel with drivers, cutting container brake hoses, and unlocking container twists, sometimes causing containers and trucks to fall. Bala stated that truck drivers face brutal attacks while their trucks are often damaged, rendering them non-compliant with minimum safety standards. He also mentioned frequent thefts of truck batteries from vehicles queuing along the ports. A truck owner, Collins Ejiofor, told me that an average of 20 truck drivers die yearly due to the activities of these hoodlums. So, what is the federal and state governments, as well as the Nigerian Ports Authority, doing? Are they going to fold their arms and watch helplessly as these hoodlums bastardize our economy? I thought we have a Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy. Where is he? What is he doing? Is this not his job? Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owode-Onirin, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts, and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books, titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community.
Speak for my sake on the cross. In the midst of men, delivered me. They thought I would never.
During the event, Dr. Ayo Onofuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onofuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself. I'm university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onofuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onofuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example, you're a shiny light. I'm proud of you and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with SOUQ News, The Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make this possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief. And one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad being an author noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, the world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them, first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Have him as my in-law because he's very quiet.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
It's a great day to bring you Early Exchange, the show where we shape policy and advance development. In doing that today, we shall be taking a critical look at the Africa Development Bank, AFDB, which clocks 60 years. For 60 years, what has the African Development Bank done to impact the African economy, which is the primary reason for which it was established 60 years ago. So today, let's take a deep look at the AFDB and the African economy. I'm Blessing H, but I will not be doing this alone because, when you walk alone, it gets boring sometimes. So Temple Barra, also known as TC Barra, is in the studio. We're already equipped to shape policy this morning. Good morning, TC.
Well, good morning to you, Blessing. Glad to be here. The United Nations General Assembly seems to be taking over social media. Some of the presentations and some of the participants have, taken to social media to put out the need for everyone to collaborate in the business of development. And yes, it will form part of our discussion today. And we're looking to have persons join us on the program who would be conversing on the various issues that will be raised here today on this program.
Yes, we ask that you stay and not want to miss any part of it. Before we get into the hot conversations, let's swing around the world, update you on current happenings, and Timi Omole is standing by to do that.
A very good morning and thank you for joining us on the news update here on SOUQ News Television. I am Tim Sokwe Omole. The Federal Executive Council, FEC, has approved key recommendations from the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, aimed at stabilizing the nation's economy. Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, stated that the reforms include tax relief for companies hiring more staff and personal income tax relief for workers earning between 200,000 and 400,000 naira. These measures, which is part of a broader economic stabilization plan, is aimed at encouraging businesses to expand and to reduce unemployment. The FEC also approved bills to amend income tax laws, promote exports and reform exchange rates. Additionally, the Council supports collaboration between federal and state governments to suspend certain taxes on small businesses and vulnerable populations, including road haulage and market levies. The Federal Executive Council has also approved the construction of 40 housing units for judges and justices in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. The FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, made this announcement after the 18th Council meeting chaired by President Bola Tinubu in Abuja. Wike stated that the project is part of the government's Renewed Hope Housing Initiative to provide secure accommodation for judicial officers. The units will be allocated to the FCT High Court, Federal High Court, and Court of Appeal. In addition, the Council approved several infrastructure projects, including access roads to the judicial quarters and satellite town road developments in Kwali, Gwagwalada, and Buhari councils. The Naira appreciated slightly yesterday in the parallel markets, improving to 1,640 Naira per dollar from 1,650 Naira recorded on Thursday. Similarly, the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, NAFEM, saw the Naira rise to 1.541 Naira per dollar compared to the previous rate. According to Financial Market Dealers Quotations data, this represents a 2.5 gain for the local currency. However, the volume of dollars traded in the official market dropped by 117.7%, falling to $190.57 million from $87.51 million. As a result, the gap between the parallel market and the NAFEM rate narrowed to 98 Naira 48 kobo per dollar from 105 Naira 98 kobo. This marginal improvement signals continued efforts to stabilize the Naira amidst foreign exchange challenges. The Asian market surged to their highest levels in over 2.5 years on Tuesday, fueled by new stimulus measures from China and expectations of U.S. interest rate cuts. China's regulators announced a 50 basis point cut in bank reserves and reduced mortgage rates, leading to a 1% increase in China's securities index and the Shanghai Composite Index. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index rose over 2%, while the Morgan Stanley Capital International MSCI Asia Pacific Index gained 0.41%. The US dollar weakened, trading at 100.95 against a basket of currencies. Oil prices also saw slight increases, with Brent crude futures up 0.26%. And that's all for now in the news update. Early exchange continues shortly with Temple and Blessing. My name is Tim Tope Omole. Have a good morning.
Many thanks to Temi Tope Omole for the news update. We'll take a moment, and when we return, we're joined by our guests. Stay tuned, so we'll unveil them in a moment.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right. Have you put on your seatbelts? You're ready for the drive. Okay, let's get into it. So now we've arrived at the Africa Development Bank, which was established 60 years ago to support the African economy. How well has that dream been achieved? Let's find out as we look into it. So a regional bank established to support African economies, support infrastructure development, and also the private sector. In 60 years, the African Development Bank has been able to embark on some projects to help with infrastructure in Africa. It has also embarked on other projects to support the private sector, but there have been challenges so far, and there are also prospects for the AFDB. Let's take a look at some of the challenges, TC. Now, for a bank that is regional, to attend to the infrastructure needs and also the economic needs of the continent, being able to support some projects in agriculture, in energy, and so many other projects. Even some private sectors, some companies in the private sector have benefited from that, those projects. But 60 years down the line, there are still challenges because Africa still grapples with a high debt burden, and there's still lots of infrastructure deficit. And then we understand that many economies within Africa are struggling because there are challenges within the continent that has made many of the projects of the AFDB seem not to have much impact. They seem to have watered down the gains of the AFDB.
Well, I feel one of the biggest challenges the AFDB has will be the widespread poverty across Africa. And of course, the fact that it's a bank that's been set up to develop Africa. How much funds does the AFDB have?
Key question.
To, spread across the continent to meet the needs and demands of developing African nations. Now, you talk about third world nations, you talk about developing countries, you have a lot of them, A lot of these countries situated in Africa. At some point on this platform, we've talked about the fact that one country can come and want to partner with the whole of Africa, trying to provide relief aids and all that. So AFDB does have, a list of challenges, climate issues, political issues, but
fundamental.
But then I feel bulk of the problem would have to be funding because of the amount or the number of persons who are competing or who are in need of aid from the AFDB. So that would be a very key challenge. So where does the AFDB source this funds? Well, you pull strength from countries who are financially
stable,
in quotes, right? And then you also have partner agencies in European nations and the Americas and all that. But you realize that the funds are not still enough to go around to meet it's Africa developed completely.
But what can the AFDB do in spite of these challenges to ensure that, yes, African economies pick up and they actually grow? I think one of that would be to actually be a rallying point for regional trade to happen, and also to push for the regional currency, which some quarters have been pushing for Africa, because one of the reasons why we'll find that many African countries have currencies that have very less value compared to other currencies, particularly the US dollar, is the de-dollarization of the African economy, where trade wants to happen even between Nigeria and Benin Republic, for instance. The dollar seems to be the currency for trade. So if that can happen, where there's a common currency for Africa, at least the pressure on currencies in Africa would drop, and maybe that could just boost the value and help to shore up the reserves that these African countries have. So there are a lot that the AFDB can actually do in spite of the challenges, even as they've been doing quite a lot. And there are prospects for them given the new talk of renewable energy, which Africa has the primary resources for. So we'll talk about all of that after this break.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
If you just joined the show, it's Early Exchange, where we shape policy and advance development one policy to look at and how that policy will further shape development in Africa is a policy that did establish the African Development Bank. The bank has turned 60 years, and we're looking at how far, how far has it come, and how well has it done in terms of success and in terms of achievement. What are the prospects for the bank as the bank encountered challenges in trying to achieve its objective? Let's take a look at that with our analyst who's with us here in the studio. Sam Orojo, who is public and international affairs analyst, is here this beautiful Tuesday morning, and he looks ready to hit the ground running. Good morning.
Good morning, Blessing. A pleasure to be here.
And we're delighted to have you. It's been a while.
Thank you.
Okay, so looking at the African Development Bank, set up primarily for the African economy to be that support and to give it the help that it needs. Over the years, with what the bank has been doing, what's your take before we even get into other issues regarding the bank? What's your first take on the AFDB?
All right, just to put things in perspective, the bank was founded in 1964 by the African Organization for African Unity, which is called the OAU, currently called the African Union. The idea of the bank was formation was to deal with core issues of development across Africa in terms of successes and prospects. The banks has done relatively well. Maybe as we progress the conversation, be able to speak to certain initiative of the bank across many African countries. On the other hand, it has some challenges, particularly from the global north, particularly in 2020, when the Donald Trump administration made an attempt to see that the current president couldn't come back as the president of the bank, but due to a lot of advocacy, a demand came through as the president. When you look at it from the external influence, particularly other members who are not part of the continent, then that challenge has always been there, where the bank is doing very well. There's what you call a kind of pull-down syndrome that comes from the West, so that the development agenda of the bank is not sustainable. But by and large, the bank has done very well in the last 60 years. And if you look at the various initiative agenda of the bank, I'm sure that in a sustainable manner, by 2063, which is one of the agenda of the bank, many development projects in Africa will have been successfully gone through in terms of providing economic growth, sustainable development, and some of their projects tied to the SDGs.
All right, so, just before now, in the opening brief, we had talked about source of funds. How do they generate the funds that they actually push to countries for purpose of development? Of course, some, just like America is world power, and provide funds for certain other, developing nations. I'm certain there are some other countries in Africa, like you mentioned, the AU coming together to set up the bank. Powerhouses in Africa pulling resources together, and we have over 70 billion for 3,000 projects that have been carried out in the last couple of years. But then, how do you describe the evolution of the financing model of the AFDB?
Yeah, because it's a development bank at inception. The idea, because you want to provide development, there are some key countries that had some stake in terms of the funding. The US is a stakeholder in the funding, but essentially the 54 African countries that make up the African Union currently provide fund, while Nigeria is the highest funding partner in terms of the equity funding that goes into that bank.
And you mentioned that sometimes there are influences from the West on the African Development Bank. Why is the West able to influence the African Development Bank? Is it because some funding comes from the West to the African Development Bank? And if that is the case, can the African Development Bank do without funding from the West?
The structure in terms of the funding father, there was a need to speed up development in Africa. Therefore, some other countries, particularly from the West, were stakeholder in the formation, and they are still stakeholder. But in terms of percentage contribution, those percentage contributions are not as high as African country member. But then, if I answer your question correctly and understand it correctly, they have influence because they are stakeholder. The extent to those impacts on the bank's operation is a different matter at the end of the day. But what is key is that within the operational formation and the capacity and the mandate of the bank to deal with development issues, in spite of the external they have done well relatively in the last 60 years. They will be able to speak to specific issues as we progress the conversation.
All right, so over and over again, there's this external influence from the West, and that has also led to some politicking. You mentioned something about pulling down syndrome, which is rife with the AFDB. We've also seen a resilient president in the last couple of years, holding down the AFDB. But what would you talk about the success? Without the Western influence, do you think the AFDB would have been as successful, in impacting African nations as much as, considering the track records, cleaning up 3,000 projects, the amount of funds that have been provided?
No, I think let's leave the challenges of particularly the Western conspiracy in terms of how development can be driven by Africans. So, but then if you look at the African Development Bank and look at its core initiative or agenda mandate, they have done extremely well. So maybe at this point I can speak to specific issues. They have an agenda you call the High Five, where you have different portfolio. Feed Africa as number one agenda of the bank, and they've done well in terms of providing investment for agricultural development in Africa. Power Africa, that's another agenda. They've done a lot of investment in trying to provide energy, electricity in Africa. The Kenya initiative of how they were able to transform the electricity penetration in Kenya to over 75% is a hallmark in terms of what the African Development Bank has done. If you talk about water and irrigation, it was a major project they did in Egypt some 2 years ago that cover a greater understanding in terms of irrigation to power agriculture in that. That's just a few examples, but as we progress, even the rural electrification project in Nigeria has been funded essentially by the African Development Bank. So in terms of successes, they are doing well, and the president is somebody that is respected within the continent and outside the continent, and he has provided the right leadership in terms of driving economic growth and development in Africa.
Now, in spite of this project that you have listed, and there are so many others that the bank has embarked upon, it doesn't. If you look around Nigeria, if you look around Africa, one would expect that without stressing too much, you could easily identify an AFDB project. Or if you go around Africa, you could easily identify an AFDB project and also see the economic impact that it is generating in wherever it is located. But sometimes it seems like these projects, some of them do not have sustainability. What could you adduce this to? Could it be the implementation? Because for any AFDB project, it also has to go through the relevant government agency of that particular country. And we know some of the issues that government agencies in Africa has in terms of accountability and actually delivering on projects to the exact amount that was earmarked for it. Could that be part of the reason why after 60 years of the AFDB investing, supporting African economies, and in terms of infrastructure, we still look around and sometimes we're finding it hard to point at certain projects?
I think the challenge here is not about the issues of transparency and accountability. If you look at the African Development Bank projects across Africa, you can't see them standing tall. But the issue is that to what level of education the people have of this specific project. So I can tell you, as a matter of fact, that they have an inbuilt mechanism in terms of the framework, in terms of monitoring and evaluation, as most of their projects are isolated from the whims and caprices of individual countries. So most of the projects are sustainable, they are designed to be sustainable, and they have impacted Africa seriously. So if you ask me specific projects, we can speak to them and the impact that they have made within the continent. So to a very large extent, why the political configurations of individual African countries may be useful in the choice of the projects that go to those countries. But in terms of sustainability, in terms of the project timeline, in terms of the project deliverables, those projects are real and they have impacted Africa tremendously. And I can go back to the Kenya example, which is one of the bus development model within the African continent in terms of electricity and power generation that brought Kenya from about 30% in terms of energy penetration in the country to about 70-something. And that project has been impacting on that country in terms of electricity access, even if you compare it vis-a-vis the project that has come to Nigeria in recent time. So I think to a very large extent, they are isolated. But then if you look at the 60th anniversary celebration and look at the timelines and the deliverables and what they are celebrating, you'll find out that they have done remarkably well in terms of economic growth and development.
All right. So these projects you're mentioning, you know, in a bid to promote industrialization in Africa, do you think, you know, it could lead to a shift in Africa's economic landscape eventually in the long run? Because there are a lot of countries all in need of this attention. There are a lot of needs spread across Africa. But then you've talked about 2063 as you know, the time
of the bank
for the bank. So do you think eventually that this will translate to an improved economic landscape for Africa?
Yes, but the challenge here in terms of development, the African Development Bank is just one bank that is positioned for development projects in Africa. On the other hand, you look at the political economy of the individual African countries. To what extent do these political leaders want to develop their specific country? So in that regard, therefore, is a major challenge. The African Development Bank can just do what it has the capacity to do. But in terms of industrialization, African leadership at the continental level, that's at the African Union, have a lot of work to do. They must move away from the negative impact from the global north, particularly the West, in terms of how they shape development. So for us, we don't need to look to the United States of America, New York or Washington in particular, Beijing, London, for our development agenda. We have inbuilt mechanism within the African continent that can sustain African development. For example, the African Free Trade Agreement that was supposed to leapfrog development in Africa over 3 years now, that beautiful instrument that's supposed to energize development in Africa has not come to its fruition because of the politics and the political economy of how we're wired as a Francophone country, Anglophone, Lusophone. But we were able to remove these the shackles from the West, from our development agenda. Then there's much that can be done by the African Development. But if you put on a scale in terms of development, the African Development Bank has done extremely well. Why the political leadership need to find a way to drive the process of development in the individual country. And they are at the level of African development, African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the African Union need to drive those processes so that we can trade among us 54 African country, totally about 1.3 billion people. So if we're able to look inward with what the African Development Bank is doing in the high five elements that we talked about. So I just talked about three. We talked about industrialization, which is one of the elements. There are 5 elements. So maybe as we progress, we'll mention some others and how they have impacted our respective country within the continent.
Now, if we take a look at the rural electrification projects of the AFDB, particularly that in Nigeria, the concentration is not really on on-grid power solutions and solar and other renewable energy. It seemed like the AFDB is thinking into the future and going into renewable energy, which is from more investments in Nigeria and other African countries, it has been pumping a lot of money into. Now, to that aspect, which would also help industrialization, what do you think that Nigeria and other African countries need to do to enhance the development or the investment of the AFDB? If the AFDB is going along that line and doing so much in that, what should be the corresponding actions or corresponding investments of these African countries to further enhance the impact of the AFDB?
While the African Development Bank is making inroads in providing alternative energy, particularly in terms of rural electrification in Nigeria, what is important is that once we have that kind of investment from the African Development Bank, the respective or host countries equally match those investments that the African Development Bank brings to the respective country so that it can scale up those development initiative that is being sponsored by the bank. But like I mentioned earlier, some of the development are based on the equity contribution that the respective countries make to the African Development Bank. But individual countries, as it were, should be able to speed up the process of feeding Africa, the process of powering Africa, the process of industrializing Africa, the process of providing gender equity and balance as one of their initiatives as well, to see how women can grow in terms of number in parliament, in terms of number in banking, in terms of even women in development in general. So once respective countries are able to address these core issues that we just mentioned, then the rate of development based on even the bank agenda 2063, then the fruitions that will come in the future will be more sustainable for the African country.
So I personally think one of the problem Africa has is food sustainability. And so if we were to speak to the agricultural sector in Africa, what impact has the AFDB, made in improving agricultural sector in Africa?
There are a lot of investment in that sector. I mentioned earlier the irrigation project that was done in Egypt, in the arid region of Egypt, that supplies irrigation to a lot of farmland, a mechanized farmland that was valued at billions of naira. So those improvements, in terms of even improvement on seedling, they had the cassava project some 8 years ago in Nigeria, particularly on the Oshu Axis, where that a lot of improvement was made. Like I mentioned earlier too, the government needs to improve on their funding, particularly in agriculture, particularly in the area of mechanized agriculture, rather than this subsistence level that has driven the process for a very long time. So once the right investments are made, and when you talk about transparency and accountability, government funding to that sector must be seen to be impacting the communities for which those funds are met, in addition to what the African Development Bank is doing in that sector.
Now, looking ahead into the prospects of the AFDB, I'm sure that there are many other projects that the bank would want to invest in or support in Africa, but funding is a critical issue. There's just as much as the bank can do. And one of the primary sources of funding for the bank, apart from the international partners that the bank has, is subscription from member countries. And we do know that some countries in Africa are battling these days with shortage of revenue. And the subscription is dependent on the size of the economy of the African country. Now, if part of what forms the funds that comes into the AFDB is subscription from its member countries, and some of them have limitations because of revenue, where does that put the AFDB at the end of the day in terms of future projects that it may want to get into and that it may need to support Africa with?
All right, let's begin this way. The 2063 agenda, first and foremost, is already an agenda that has been put in place. The funding that is required for the next, from the point where the initiative was taken to 2063, the elements in terms of financing and the projects in terms of futuristic planning, what we call perspective planning, that has been taken care of. Nevertheless, the issues of subscription, whether they are from international organizations, some international countries, and subscription from the 54 countries, that's on the one hand. The African development, again, has its own inbuilt mechanism. So when you give out development credits, you don't put them at the commercial rate like the banks. But then there are some rates that the bank gets from those credit portfolios that they give to respective countries. So they equally make some money. So those money that they make as well will be a percentage of their equity in terms of how they drive development project. But then there's a need for an overhaul after 60 years of existence. So some of the reforms should be reformed in the financial architecture to see how we can reduce the subscription from the global north in particular, and see how we can scale up the subscription from African country, irrespective of the challenge in terms of budget constraints, national budget constraints, so that the mandate or the agenda of the bank can be sustained in Africa. So we can make some reform in terms of the contribution, in terms of the credit, the extent to countries. You need to push up the percentage in terms of the repayment package. Then some other regional bodies within Africa, like the ECOWAS, SADC, that's the one representing South Africa, East Africa, and the Maghreb region, that's in Northern Africa, can come together to improve on those regional financing options so that they can collaborate with the African Development Bank to put the development agenda of Africa so that we can achieve the 2063 High Africa projects.
All right, the 79th United Nations General Assembly was held recently, and it's a platform that brings together world leaders to talk about global issues, climate issues, health issues, and of course, recently we've experienced the war in Ukraine. Ukraine and Russia that has also affected the supply of gas to some Western nations, and in turn affected some other African countries, considering the fact that they're major exporters of certain agricultural produce. Now, these culminated in a decision, sustainable development. I mean, that's what everybody is talking about now. And that was right at the United Nations General Assembly. And if we had to, put Africa in perspective, of course, African leaders played a very key role in that particular gathering, trying to push their own narrative, foster relationship with Western counterparts. But then, if we had to put Africa in perspective, can the United Nations General Assembly agenda, blessing, these are the questions, improve Africa's situation? How can all of these collaborations in the end engender climate change, the fight to see if we could improve our climate, take away poverty, development generally? These are the key discussions, and I'm sure any African leader who would have gone there would have been trying to see if they could get something out of that. And if we had to, get you in, Mr. Sam, do you think that these sessions, the outcomes can impact Africa's fight to stem climate change?
Thank you very much. I was smiling when you were making that contribution. Let me begin this way. Number one, the United Nations General Assembly is having the 79th session. The United Nations came into being with a charter in San Francisco, California, in 1945, October precisely, at the end of the Second World War, making an attempt to see how the ruins from the Second World War can be restored, nations. And the charter essentially is talking about global peace and security, disarmament, human rights issues. And recently, if you look at it from the Millennium Development Goal that are translated into the SDGs, the issue of climate change has become a burning issue. But then I describe the hunger, which is a kind of diplomatic assemblage of world leaders where diplomacy is discussed. And more often than not, some of those contributions at the UN General Assembly do not translate into reality in terms of how we've been able to shape global peace and solidarity. We're not saying that the UN has not played its role, but at this particular point in time, if you look at it vis-a-vis Africa, has been trying to clamor for a permanent status for how many years, and that has not come true. And you look at the role of the Big Five in terms of how they shape global politics, then the UN as a body, where they meet 79 years on, the issues between Palestine and Israel is there. The war in Ukraine and Russia, they've not been able to use those instruments of the charter to be able to resolve conflict in some part of the world. But Africa in particular, in terms of our benefit, we go there, promises are made, and at the end of the day, if I answer you specifically in terms of climate change, the last conferences has dealt with climate change, and the promises in terms of climate financing, particularly to the global south, we're yet to see those deliverables shift. But in terms of a gathering that try to balance relationship in the global arena, the UN in the last 79 years has done remarkably well to some extent, but we need some reform in a way that some other countries, particularly minorities, issues of the climate change that you mentioned, the conflicts, the issue of disarmament and all that must be dealt with in a way that we can promote global peace and security.
Now, talking about reforms to ensure global peace, so there are other discussions at the UN 79, and there are discussions around strengthening multilateralism, cooperation amongst countries, and also having a global governance structure that fits the challenges of the 21st century. Now, to that, what is your take on it? You've talked about having more representation from the minority members of the UN. We do know that the UN Security Council has just 5 permanent members, and then the others seem to be just ordinary members, so to speak. Now, what can be done if the aim or part of the issues that were discussed at this forum was to foster multilateralism, which seems to be challenged right now in the world because of the conflicts ongoing here and there. And there's also a challenge with the global governance, which the UN represented before now, that when the UN speaks, other countries seem to be quiet and listen to what the UN is saying. When the UN imposes sanctions, it holds. And then the UN was like the government of the world. But now, because of the conflict that we're seeing, it's saying that structure is challenged. What would ensure cooperation and uphold that global governance structure to tackle these current challenges?
In the last 20 years or so, there's been clamor, even before the exit of the Ghanaian who passed, Kofi Annan, There were attempts for major reforms at the UN, but the Global North has always been playing lip service or mouthing the kind of governance structure that can reshape the world governance. But one of the major impediments to that global structure in terms of the reform is the overbearing influence of the United States of America, where the financial architecture is centered around the dollar. And that has been major impediment to the restructuring. Thanks to the BRICS nation that are working so hard assiduously to see how that reform agenda in terms of some of these African bodies and other regional bodies and global bodies coming together to weaken the influence of the United States of America in terms of the global financial architecture that is tied to the UN system. So, but you are able to see how we can bring more people in terms of permanent representative, in terms of more people into the Security Council, so that we can have a balance in terms of the structure, the reporting structure. But then the West, with their kind of opaque diplomacy that you don't understand sometimes, it's difficult to see how we can change the fortune of global peace. But then other countries must find a way to constantly push their own agenda so that their voice can be heard. But beyond the General Assembly, you have other sidelines within that where businesses and some other things are discussed, not the major General Assembly. So you have businesses that are discussed on the sideline, climate financing, PPP arrangement on the sideline. So let's see how that can play out for the development of the Global South in particular, where we belong.
From the many contributions or many worthy contributions that you just made, I'm going to pick two things. One of them is the dollarization of the financial system of the UN, which the BRICS seems to be challenging. But if the BRICS are able to challenge that in other systems, do you think that it would have success within the UN, given the constitution of the UN and for how long the dollar system has played paramount at the UN? And then for countries having representation or moving up into permanent membership, what do you think Africa should be doing in gearing up for a seat at the table?
First, you must put your house in order. African country in terms of corruption is a major impediment to some of those development. Number two, when you talk about the reforms, this is the 79th year of the United Nations with a global financial architecture that survived since October 1945. But then the most constant thing in life is change. So I'm hopeful, sincerely, that the BRICS nation are able to pull this agenda through so that the dominance of the United States in the global financial architecture will reduce to some extent. So I think that's one of the reforms. So, and I think more countries will key, whether the West like it or not, once some other country keys into that financial architecture and they're able to do their financial settlement or their transactions are done within those instruments, I'm sure that American will not be really happy about that. But if you look at the growing dominance of China in the global arena, America is already feeling threatened. If you look at the global trade between Africa and China, it has overtaken America in the last 10 years. So if you look at it from the point of view of international diplomacy and international politics, everybody will find a way to see that they are important at the international arena. But what is important, those other countries that the five hegemonic countries have pushed down for a very long while should be able to stand up in terms of doing a kind of realignment with other countries so that we can balance the system.
All right, Sam. Let me take it further. She had talked about eyeing a seat or getting a seat at the table. Feels like some of those Medieval movies where you have all the king sitting with his men at the table. But then beyond African leaders getting a seat at the table, do you think there will be a time when the world, global leaders, would look to Africa for, some form of financial aid, contribution, not just sitting at the table, but bringing something to the table in terms of the economic system?
Africa has always been bringing something to the table. The primary products of the world are domiciled in Africa. But the challenge is that we have continually taken those products as primary products to other part of the world for refining, for exploration and all that. And they come back to us at maybe 50% higher than the price at which they were taken away from Africa. So for an agenda to be at the table, that's on the one hand, but we need to have discipline back home and see how we can redirect our economic fortunes, particularly from the primary products that we have here, to see how we can mine those products, exploit those products, put them into finished products here. So those who want to take this product away, I think it's high time that we ask them to come back home to do investments here so that you take my cocoa to Switzerland. When your cocoa gets into Switzerland, is refined, then they come in form of chocolates. And so some of your friends, relations are coming from abroad. So you're asking, bring chocolate. Whereas the cocoa that brought about that chocolate is right in your backyard. So the point is that let's see how we can bring development, and we should not constantly look to the West to solve our problem. We can't process this. We have local industries that are processing some of the things, but in terms of the additives, in terms of standardization, which the West is trying to provide, who provide the standard? Who is the policing the global north in terms of what they call standards? So African countries and leaders and even citizens must look inward to see how we can patronize our own things and we improve over a period of time. And that's what China did. They closed their doors for so many years. And at the time they opened their door, the world became very uncomfortable with the level of development that has taken place in China. And the number of people that they have taken out of poverty in the last 20 years.
All right, talking about development, Africa using its primary resources for more development rather than just shipping them out, and then they are more value added to them, or they're processed and then re-imported to Africa and becomes very expensive. No, at the 79 UN General Assembly, leaders also discussed about the need for a global digital pact, which is to promote equitable access to technology. Now, would that pact also help Africa in having the right technology for its development? Do you see this coming through, or is it going to be like some of the climate fund pledges that never actually see the light of day, or some pacts that are there on paper, but in reality, we don't see them really making a difference?
Why is important that we must play at the global arena in terms of the UN General Assembly and the clamor for digital literacy and digital penetration in Africa? I think the African Union has a responsibility first and foremost to see how they can bridge this divide at a continental level. Why you draw a global attention to some of those needs, you need to be responsible back and see how you can drive that process. But then once you put your voice at the table, sometime other development partner are able to provide some initiative that will help you to drive that process. But the responsibility to take it to another level behoves on African leaders to drive that process so that they can come to some level of speed with the global north. But then that speed leave much to be desired, because the volume of investment to drive that process may not be there first and foremost. Therefore, You go to the United Nations General Assembly to clamor for digital literacy and digital accessibility in terms of your access to digital infrastructure in Africa.
Well, let me just get on this before, because we're practically out of time. So one of the major issues in Africa is power, constant power. And taking a look at some of the news stories and reports emanating from, the United States on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, some governors met with Chinese investors to see if they can, attract those investments back home in the areas of power. Now, for me, I wonder, if we had to localize this, is it possible to have efficient, constant power supply, without the input of, the federal government?
This is a tricky question, but we make an attempt to answer it. Number one, each country has a responsibility to provide energy or power to its citizens.
Okay.
So that's a core responsibility, because government, first and foremost, is there to provide welfare and security for its citizens. So the point here is that a lot of our investment has been made in terms of driving power in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, but some of those investment has been filtered away by bureaucrats. But what can we do to think differently? Why there's a need for alternative energy stream?
Renewable energy.
Yeah, renewable energy. Quite instructive that we must go in that direction in terms of transitioning. But then those who are asking us to transition into alternative energy.
What do we even have?
No, they are making massive investment in the traditional mixed energy mix. You're talking about China still firing coal, even in Germany. And we have a great deposit of coal around the Enugu belt.
Yeah.
And nobody's talking about that. So those are sources of energy. Why they are encouraging us to transit, we should equally make investment, because they are equally making investment in those traditional means of energy. So we have to have a balanced energy source in a way that while they are encouraging us to transit, we should equally invest on the traditional means of energy so that we can power Africa for industrialization. And the African Development Bank that we mentioned much earlier in this conversation has an agenda for energy and power Africa 2063, which will bring energy to a greater majority of countries in Africa to a level of about 70% penetration, energy penetration by 2063.
So it's about each region doing what's best for it at the moment. Thank you so much, Sam Arouje, who is a public and international affairs analyst. As we've looked at the African Development Bank at 60, the success they've achieved, the challenges and the prospects for the bank, as well as African economies. And we've also taken a look at the takeaways from the United Nations General Assembly, which has had its 79th session. Let's hope that more benefits will come to every nation that is connected to these institutions, and we'll see more development and peace across the globe. That's what we hope for, and that's what we preach here on SOUQ News TV. We'll take a break and return to be time to look at the Nigerian economy. Stay.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security
of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well, ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
As that manufacturers in Nigeria expressed no confidence in the economy in the month of August. What happened and how are they ensuring that they stay afloat in terms of producing some of the items that are consumed in Nigeria? We'll get to find out from someone who is the president of Small and Medium Enterprises of Nigeria. But before we bring him in and look at how the Association of Small and Medium Enterprises are doing in Nigeria, some of them are manufacturers, regardless of the size or the scale of their operations. Some of them are manufacturers, and how are they coping? What exactly in Nigerian economy made them lose confidence? Is there a way to restore that confidence? How does it impact the entire economy at the end of the day? TC is a consumer, even though he is a broadcast journalist. But of course, he and I are also consumers.
I didn't see that coming.
We didn't see that coming because we have to now, or even before we came on set, we had to buy one or two things produced in Nigeria. And after now, we'll still buy some other things produced in Nigeria. So if manufacturers are saying that they have no confidence in the economy, what does that say? Did he say that for the month of August?
Well, just to start off, so yesterday, you know how busy the Obalende roundabout is. I had this palpable fear that there was some sort of upheaval or something that was happening, because you know how they say in the local parlance, the area was dry. We had no vehicular movement. You didn't have passers-by. You didn't have bystanders. I mean, it just felt like it was a public holiday. Yeah, or something was happening.
Something had gone wrong.
So I was just very careful. Yes, there's a police station close by, the Marine Police Post. So I was looking at it to ensure that they had police officers around. You know, that was just me. So it felt like I was just tensed unnecessarily. But then today felt different. You know, so even though I came in, maybe I got to that roundabout about after 8, it wasn't so early, you know. So why would you have that place completely without people? So the point I'm trying to make is I've realized that fuel stations, despite the fact that the petrol, it's now 897, between 800 and 897, you know, depending on where you're buying from, you don't have those queues anymore. You don't have people using their cars as frequently as they do. You don't have people expending so much energy. There's a particular business, someone had mentioned, that's worst hit by the increase in price of petrol. And that's business of people who charge phones, mobile phones. And so probably because of the epileptic power supply that we have, people now have to go to vendors or people who provide that service. And those persons, it's not like they have constant power supply. What they do is they get a small power generating set, and they buy full petrol, and they start off and they run for hours, and you plug your phone and you pay maybe 100 or 200 naira depending, you know. So those guys people have analyzed that those guys are worst hit, right? So how does someone who is into that kind of business survive, especially in this current dispensation?
So I agree with what you said, that there seems to be a decline in economic activities in areas that are known to be highly commercial.
The purchasing power has also reduced.
Yes, areas that are known to be highly commercial, having just very few commercial activity happening. Imagine the Obalandi roundabout, for instance, which you talked about. That's a very busy area where you find lots of buying and selling, movement of people there. So at any time you find a place is not as busy as it should be, and it's not a public holiday, it raises questions as to what's happening. Am I safe? So I understand Temple's fear at the moment. But the thing is, as you've mentioned, the buying power of many have diminished because there's a high inflation. So if the buying power of many have diminished, it's not only for the buyers, for the manufacturers who would need to get raw materials, who would need to get other things that they would assemble to get their products. That means that the buying power too for them has reduced. So what they can afford to produce has dropped. At the end of the day, it means the output is also reduced. Some of them have very serious issues with energy, which is very expensive. Imagine that you have to fuel your operation and you have to maybe stay several hours for you to produce at the end of the day. These are some of the issues. But for others and how they are coping, let's get to meet our guest who will be telling us all about it. Why manufacturers express no confidence in the adverse economy for August 2024. Dr. Femi Igbeshola, who is the president, Association of Small Business Owners in Nigeria, has born some of the small business orders. I need to remind you, are manufacturers. Good morning, Dr. Femi Igbeshola. Good to see you.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
All right, so the plight of manufacturers straight away, because I'm guessing that you really are ready to talk about it, and also tell us ways that you've come up to cope with the economic challenges. Can we know what the plight of business owners, manufacturers or distributors are in Nigeria currently?
Well, it's in a very bad shape. The economy is not friendly at all. Ease of doing business has gone down even beyond the borderline. We are all struggling to survive. I must say that quite a number of our members are manufacturers. We have about 16 different business sectors in the association. One of the major sectors is the manufacturing sector, and they are complaining. The players are complaining bitterly. We are faced with avalanche of challenges, so many of them. The first is that foreign direct investments is no longer coming in because the confidence of the investor is already eroded. They don't want to play with their money again with us, particularly because the volatility of the exchange rate. They are not too sure of what the exchange rate will be in the next minute or in the next moment. Again, also the interest rate is something to talk about. The interest rate continues to gallop. At every MPR meeting of CBN, they jack up the interest rates. And today is another sitting of the CBN. We are expecting again that the interest rate will also go up again. And that will also be another big, big challenge for us. And when you talk of interest rates, their intention, according to CBN, is to fight inflation. But unfortunately, inflation is not coming down. Yes, we're able to see some form of disinflation, some stability in the last 2 to 3 months. But for us in the manufacturing sector or in the real sector, we are not seeing the disinflation or slowdown of inflation that CBN or NBS is talking about. And that to us is a big issue. Again, to the issue of electricity, you see that electricity tariff has gone up beyond the roof, beyond the ability of quite a number of business owners in Nigeria. And from the feelers we are hearing, it is going to go up the more. We hear that it is still somehow being subsidized by government and services they offer to Nigerians as business owners, from electricity to petrol to taxes and all of that. Petrol is also another major driver now of inflation, because it has naturally increased the cost of doing business. And the purchasing power of these Nigerians are reducing by the day. Their disposable income has reduced, meaning that they can buy less. And that's why we have our warehouses filled up with products now, nowhere to take them to, nowhere, because the citizens do not have the power, the purchasing power to buy it. And it's unfortunate that all of this is coming up at the same time. I'm sure you are aware of the new tax that is going to be reintroduced. The cybercrime tax again is another form of tax. The committee, the Federal Presidential Committee on Fiscal Reform and Tax Regulations, came up with so many laudable initiative recommendations, but till today, quite a number of these recommendations has not been approved. Perhaps this will have also given us some form of soft landing and some cushioning if it is there. We also have the issue of regulatory issues. We have a lot of inconsistent government policies and regulation irregularities, and all of these are pushing business down. You did ask me, what's the initiative that we are embarking on now to survive? We have decided to divide the line on what we have control over and what we do not have control over. Governments and government policies and their doings, we do not really have much control over that. But we have control over what we can do for ourselves to help ourselves. So for us, firstly, we are now looking at export. We are looking at how we can begin to export our products to other countries, both Africa and intercontinental climes, so that we can have more market. We want to have more access to market. We also believe that by the time we begin to export, the export market will be able to absorb the higher price that our product now goes for in the market and still be competitive in the sense that because our naira is falling so badly, it becomes very cheap in the global market. So it becomes a choice for most of the consumers or buyers in the international market because it is cheaper. We are also trying to become more innovative in the sense that we now look at how we can break down our packaging into smaller sizes, cheaper sizes, so that everybody can afford it. So some of us who do 20 kg, 5 kg, we're now looking at doing 1 kg or even half kg so that it can be affordable. We're also looking at how to rebrand our products to make it more attractive to be able to compete with the imported ones that are coming into the country. We're looking at how to adopt technology the more in the business we do. One of the ways we adopt technology now is to see how we can reduce transportation costs. Instead of taking our trucks to drive around the road looking for customers or making supplies, we look at how to combine many orders together and look for logistic companies that will deliver it on our behalf instead of going through that route, doing everything by ourselves. We're also looking at collaboration. Many businesses are collapsing themselves to become one. 2, 3 businesses are coming together to become one business and put all resources together so that they can function better. So we're also looking at collaboration by collapsing our companies to become one. And for those who are not collapsing their companies, we are outsourcing quite a number of production value chain so that others too can come in, take part of it, and use their fund to get it done. We also have issues with access to funding. Access to funding has been very, very difficult because the interest rates did go up every time, like I did mention the other time. So to cushion that, we're also looking at international funders that can also support us. So we're getting loans now from some international organizations that give us single-digit interest rates, more liberal terms and conditions, and longer tenure for payments. These are some of the things we are doing to just have our head above the water.
All right. So you've talked about a lot, but then particularly you mentioned various policies that we've engaged in. And I'd like to know, we have a foreign exchange policy, and that's hinged on the purchase of commodities, importation with the dollar. How has this affected the manufacturing sector or industry?
I did not get that right. Please, can you take that again?
So how has our foreign exchange policy as a country, Nigeria, affected the manufacturing sector?
Yes, it has affected us very negatively, very, very negatively. The policy of the floating of the naira has done to the manufacturing sector more harm than good. Yes, it has its own good side. We also believe that in the long run, in the long term, it's going to have a lot of benefits for us. But at the immediate, in the short term, we are adversely affected. Adversely affected in the sense that it's difficult now to bring in input, which are raw materials that we naturally import. And again, we do not have the resources to bring in as much as we do before. You can imagine when the dollar was to 700 naira, and now that it's about 1,700, meaning that if you are using the same naira volume to do that import, you are going to bring in less than half of what you used to bring in before. That has always been challenging. And like I also mentioned, because of the instability of the foreign exchange, investors are not ready to put down their money for us because they are not too sure of how much they will get at the end of the exercise, because it's unpredictable. Because of the foreign exchange also of volatility, we cannot project towards the future, because we never can tell what the foreign exchange will be in future. And it's also becoming difficult to get foreign exchange from the regular market, which is the banks, because many of those who have the dollars or the pounds or other currency prefer to take it down to the black market, which is more competitive, more profitable than taking it to the bank. So you see the banks struggling again and again to have FX to sell for us. And when you now go through the FX process, it takes so longer time for us to be able to access FX and to access it in the quantity of volume that we really want. That has been a big challenge to us in the manufacturing sector. We are thinking that it would have been fine if government can look at how to begin to liberalize that sector, that FS sector. One way this can be done really is to ensure that certain amount is a mark for SMEs. You see that the larger corporation and the small business owners go to the same bank, compete together to get FX with the same policy. That does not work. If you want to encourage the SMEs to grow, who are really the driver of the economy, who employs about 86% of the workforce, who owns about 92% of the entire businesses, we should be strategic about supporting them. Supporting them will mean that we want to mark a certain percentage of the available FX to that sector. So if, for example, we have 100% of a certain amount today, maybe 20% or 30% should be marked by a policy to address the FX need of the SMEs. So SMEs will know that whenever they go to the bank, they don't really need to compete with the likes of MTN, with the likes of Dangote, with the likes of others that are very big and most time mop up all the FX in the market. There's also this auto policy that has to do with your inability to repatriate your entire fund in some sector of the economy now by the CBN policy. So if you make maybe $2 million, the policy says that you can only expatriate $1 million at a time. And foreign investors want to have their money as when due and as they want it. So when you have a policy where an investor brings in certain amount of dollar into your business or into your organization, and there is a policy that says he cannot have it as at when he wants it, it becomes discouraging to those investors to bring in their fund. These are some of the things we are contending with. And I must tell you, it is really, really working against few people who have this dollar taking it to the banks. They like to do round trip it, they like to do other form of businesses with it. That is not really helping our economy and helping the manufacturing sector.
All right, looking again at the manufacturing sector. Now, the report which showed that manufacturers expressed no confidence in Nigeria's economy in August was the Business Expectation Survey done by the Central Bank of Nigeria. So, after surveying about 1,600 businesses in Nigeria for the month of August, it came to that conclusion. But there were other sectors and subsectors that were optimistic, even as the manufacturing sector was pessimistic. So for the quarrying and mining subsector, they were optimistic. For the agriculture sector, they were optimistic. But for manufacturing, they were pessimistic. It seemed like there are some challenges peculiar to the manufacturing sector. You pointed to some of them while you were talking earlier, trying to repackage your goods or your products to compete favorably with those that are made outside of this country. Are there certain policies at this point in time that will need to be made to help manufacturers in Nigeria, apart from the Forex policy and maybe some tax relief for manufacturers?
Yes, we really need a lot of policy reform, policy rejig here in Nigeria if we really want manufacturers to be competitive and be able to scale up and grow. You will look at the past 5, 10, 15 years, you will find that it is very, very rare to see a small business migrating to a medium-sized business and to a large business becoming the Dangotes, the Unilever, all of that. And it is because the environment, the business environment has not been conducive. The first thing government needs to do is to really work on ease of doing business. We are falling in the ease of doing business index, and it means that something is wrong somewhere along the line that government needs to begin to look at. I believe that there's a lot of policy mismatch that we have and inconsistent policies where we have in the system that the government really needs to look at. And one of the best ways to look at it is to engage critical stakeholders. Most times, governments and their economists sit in the office, make policies without having this handshake and the contribution of those in the real sectors, those that are the real actors, the stakeholders. So for government to get it right, there's a need for government to invite the critical stakeholders to policy making. If I want to make it as a government policy in agriculture, be it in agriculture itself or its value chain, I must bring in those who are in that business, who are the critical stakeholders in the agriculture and agricultural value chain, get that input. That's the only way to get policy right. But that has not always been the issue here. You see many of the government ministries, departments, and agencies overlapping each other with the same issue. You get to one place, you have to get a particular document, and which is more or less related to what you have to get in the other department or agency also, with a lot of money and time consuming. The processes are always hidden. You don't have it straight. You look at their website, they tell you it's good, your certificate, perhaps your NAFDAC certificate, for example, will be ready in 30 or 60 days. You go to the process in 120 days, you've not had it. You look at their website, they tell you the cost will be 60,000. When you go into the process, you discover you're spending close to $1 million or more than that. These are things that needs to be addressed. Well, for us to encourage the SMEs, when it comes to taxes, there should be certain tax incentives and tax relief for those who are in business, particularly the startups and the small business owners. They are the future of tomorrow. They needed to be encouraged by government in all ways. In some other climes, there are always tax holidays for 2, 3, or even 5 years for startups and small businesses. There are some other businesses that are not even startup, because when you talk of startup, before now, startup is seen to be businesses that have been existing for a few years, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 years. But the new definition of startup could also be that businesses that have been existing for 10 years, but they remain the same. They remain the same. They have not grown. They still remain startup. That's the new definition of a startup. And that is what government is supposed to develop critical strategic policy to be able to hold them to grow. And this has to go with a lot of incentives, tax incentive, tax holidays, intervention in form of intervention fund, intervention in form of capacity building, intervention in form of giving them soft landing when it needs certification and other regulations that surrounds their business. You can imagine a regulation saying that a small business owner must now pay 70,000 naira as a minimum salary to workers. So this is a business that is even struggling to pay the business owner itself even 50,000. And you now say whoever is not able to pay by the law will have to face imprisonment. You begin to wonder, what kind of a policy is this? This would not work, and it should not have been promulgated in the first place. These are some of the inconsistencies we're talking about. I believe that if government really wants that kind of policy to work, maybe they have to convert all our secondary school in Nigeria to prison, because we will have it overfilled with those who will not be able to pay the minimum wage. You now begin to wonder, if the small business owners are compelled to pay by law and will go to prison, what happened to government offices or state governments or the subnationals that are unable to pay? Are they going to also face the same penalty? These are some of the issues that we have here in Nigeria that we need to address. And the real and best way to address them is to have strong handshake between the public and the private sector in policy making.
Well, Dr. Femi, you're speaking very strongly, and I can understand you. Of course, you're the president of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria. So, I mean, you have to foster your interest. I can understand that. But then something that's just coming is the fact that the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, has stated in the post on X the highlights of the Federal Executive Council meeting that was held in Abuja, and the FEC approved the recommendations of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms in the Economic Stabilization Plan of the federal government. Now, these new reforms in the nation's tax laws include tax reliefs for companies employing more staff and personal income relief to workers in both public and private sectors earning between 200,000 naira and 400,000 naira. So the relief offers to companies employing more staff a form of incentive by the federal government to encourage companies to employ more persons and engage in expansion projects, improving capacity and then reducing employment. So I'm saying this speaking to the fact that you had said something about 70,000 naira minimum wage. While I do not want to dabble into that conversation so we do not end up in a banter or go back and forth as regards a comparison with what's obtainable in other nations of the world, what do you make out of this tax relief that's offered by the federal government? Because a couple of minutes ago, it felt like you didn't think the government was doing enough to ensure that small business owners, survived some of these economic situations that they find themselves right now. Do you think this is enough? What do you make out of it?
Definitely not. Definitely not. If you say you want to give tax relief to those who employ more, then it's like saying that you want to give incentive to someone who is sick, and the best incentive is to give him a cow. That doesn't work. It is the healthy that can eat cow, that can take whatever thing you give to them. At the moment, most businesses are sick, ailing, and some are dead. About 8% of businesses are dead at the moment. It is when your business is doing well and it is thriving that you can employ more. At the moment, companies are downsizing, not because they wish to, but that's the economic realities of today. So if you want to give incentive, you should even give incentive to those who are ailing, who are dying, who are sick, not to those who are healthy and doing better. Those ones really don't need as much incentive as those who are sick. So when we should be talking of tax incentives, tax relief, tax holidays, and all of that, I think we should be addressing it more to those who are in the nano, micro, and small businesses who are finding it very, very difficult to remain afloat in business. Those are the ones that really need this incentive, and that's what is being done in other climes. In other climes, you see that there are special packages for those who are in small business. Again, also, even when you have some of these policies in paper that are incentives, to assess them become a big issue, a very big issue. You discover that bigger companies that are expected to even get this incentive by having some form of tax intervention and tax relief may not get it on time. They have to go through a opulent process to regularize it, to make it legal before they now begin to enjoy it. So it's a whole lot of bureaucratic bottleneck we have with policies here in Nigeria. I think we need to begin to simplify it with special focus on startups and small businesses. You know that we have a Startup Act. This Startup Act was enacted towards the end of the last administration, Buhari administration, that was expected to focus really on startups and support them with grants, support them with funding, support them with tax holidays, support them with capacity building and all of that. This is in the paper. It has been passed as a law. It's a policy, but it's not in reality. It's not on the street. You don't see startups coming up and getting to access this support that is expected to come through the act. And we would have expected that government should have a platform for people to be able to check out what they are doing. If really we have a startup act and some people are benefiting, we should have maybe a website or a portal or a platform that we can go and really assess and check the veracity and the reality, authenticity of some of these policies. This is not available at the moment. I am not speaking for myself. I'm speaking for the pool of community.
Oh, there seems to be a disconnection there. We'll get back with Dr. Femi Beshola once he's reconnected. I think that may just be due to internet connections.
We're talking about power. We're talking about
Power
internet.
reserve.
And then it comes to my mind. Haven't you done enough?
No. Internet disruption haven't done enough, but it will do enough on this show because we need to continue the conversation. I understand the pains of Dr. Femi Beshola being a businessman himself and being the president of Association of Small Business Owners. He must be burdened with many complaints of his members who find it difficult to do business in this time. But as he was making a case for the small business owners, I wanted to tell him about the good news, which Mr. Bayo Nanuga also noted, that the Federal Executive Council approved the bill seeking the collaboration of federal and state governments to remove haulage levies, livestock levies, market taxes. So that of market taxes seems to have addressed the removal of market taxes, seems to have addressed some of the complaints of Dr. Femi Beshola. Haulage taxes, livestock levies. For livestock, you have people who are into livestock farming at small scale, and you have those who are into it at large scale. So let's find out what Dr. Beshola thinks about this.
So me, it's good news, and I must let you know that we have been having good news like this from time to time, but most time it's always too early to celebrate them. Too early to celebrate them in the sense that most of these good news really do not have the exact or the expected effect, positive effect that we wish it should have. For example, the market tax levy that has now been waived, so to speak, has failed. Government has not been able to collect this market tax over time. It has failed even before there's an official pronouncement for its removal. But even that as it may, I think it's a good thing. I mean, failing is different from legally being relieved from not paying it. So it's a good one, and I feel that in some time in the future, we shall begin to see the good impact of this. And this is some of the things we are expecting government to do. I must let you know that tax committee headed by Dr. Oyedele did a wonderful job. I've been privileged to be part of those that review those recommendations. And if this government adopts that recommendation, even to the 60% of it, the business environment and the business community will be good for it. They've done a lot of good job, which to me is very commendable and is going to ease the doing of business here. What we are waiting for is the acceptance of this, the approval and the implementation of some of these policies. I also did mention during my conversation that for some of these things to work, you need to have also a strong engagement with the key stakeholders, the critical stakeholders. If government is also relieving tax for some sector of the economy that are business owners, the The stakeholders should also be part of the process, not just hearing it in the newspaper or the social media or in news interviews like this. Yes, I've heard about this before, but there are so many other ones that are coming up in the papers that we just read about it in the papers. I think from that issue, we should be part of those programs, we should be part of designing it, we should be part of implementing it. Perhaps if we are part of the decision making, maybe we will have also be putting as our priority some sectors even before markets, even before livestock, or perhaps before some of those things that are waived. That is the essence of engagement. So we are looking forward to government engaging critical stakeholders, particularly in the business sector, when it comes to anything that has to do with policy or act that is expected to guide that sector.
Well, we'll be tilting the conversation just a little bit, and we're going to be taking a look at cybercrime levy. So the Central Bank of Nigeria announced it will continue implementing its controversial, described by some school of thought as controversial, 0.005% cybercrime levy. That measure was introduced to fund cybersecurity infrastructure and combat financial crimes in the digital space. It applies to electronic transactions, sparking a lot of criticisms from the various sectors who argue that it places some sort of additional financial burden on individuals and businesses who are already grappling with economic challenges. Our manufacturer is grappling with this. Let's start from there. I mean, I would want you to speak to what you think about the levy.
Well, we are part of those that consider it controversial. We are part of the critics because we strongly believe this should not happen now. When the economic environment is right, you can keep on taxing people and they'll be able to pay. But when it is not right, taxes may end up breaking businesses. And that's why we are seeing businesses dying in a large number day by day now. One of the reasons is so many taxes. So many taxes. We have some trucks that goes on the road with over 100 different papers. Just one truck. And all of them are direct or indirect. This is not the time for us to begin to tax Nigerians, because when you tax businesses, you end up taxing Nigerians because the business owner will end up passing the buck to the consumer. So we are indirectly taxing Nigerians. This is the time for us to be thinking of how better to support Nigerians. Our welfare, our well-being is critically challenged now, even as citizens in the country. When this came up in May and it was rebuffed by quite a number of us, and the House of Rep decided to annul it or suspend it, we were so happy. But we did not know that our joy was short-lived. That's why I said the other time, even with this other policy, there is not yet time to begin to celebrate. To us, we in totality reject it. We believe that this is not the right time. It may be a right policy, but this is not the right time to implement it. One of the things we are fighting now is insecurity. Insecurity is one of the biggest challenges of manufacturers and the entire business owners. Many of us prefer to export to other countries than to take a product to some part of the country. I don't want to mention names, to some part of the country because they are so volatile and so insecure that we prefer doing businesses outside the country to export at a higher cost. You can imagine that. And governments from year to year have been spending billions upon billions, if not trillions, to fight insecurity, and still little or nothing has come out of it. Is it now that it is Nigerians that are already suffering that will now be contributing again to this? It is not even about the name. Whatever name that is given to whatever taxes is being generated now is not accepted by us. And it's, to me, not improving ease of doing business. We should be working on improving ease of doing business. So for us, it's a sad one again. It's for us more or less an insensitive development from the government arm, and we are not just happy about it.
Dr. Gweshla, I want to ask, have you taken a look at the cyber levy, the percentage, what it's now put at?
Of course, course, yes, I know it's 0.005%. I'm aware it was formerly 0.5, but now it is 0.005%. But for us, any form of levy, any form of taxes, any form of increment is to us doing no good. We are just grappling with the new,
Let's do some mathematics here. So, if the CBN was to charge 0.5% on all electronic transaction as cybercrime levy, and now it's saying it's going to charge 0.005% on any electronic transaction. Let's say you ought to make a transaction of 20,000 naira. If you were charged 0.5% on a transaction of 20,000 naira, that would be about 100 naira. Now, if you were to be charged 0.005%, that would be 1 naira. Do you think it's negligible? And so, if it's backed by the Cybercrime Prohibition Act, Nigerians should not complain given the reduction.
All right, let's take your mathematics further. If you are looking at 20,000, what if I do a transaction of 200 million? That's a lot of money, because when you're doing a transaction of 200 million and you're charging me like 100,000 naira, that's a lot of money. Again, too, if I also do a transaction of 20,000 and I do a transaction of 20,000 20 times a day, some business owner does transactions up to 40 times a day. They pay as little as 2,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000 in multiple times in a day. You look at that figure again. So for us, any further addition in whatever form is rebuffed by us because we are seriously in a very bad shape. And any further burden will harden to our body. So we look forward to the House of Rep and other corporate organizations to also advocate this time against this new tariff. We feel it should not exist. And there's this way we run things in Nigeria. When you succeed to introduce a particular form of levy or taxes or whatever it is that you use to generate money for government, you discover that over time you see it increasing even without your knowledge. So when it is 0.005 down and it is accepted and becomes a law and a norm, you discover that maybe in the next 6 months it will just be added up a bit and there will be no noise about it. You won't even know. It will go up again a bit and you will not even know until it becomes very uncomfortable. So it is better for us to reject it, have an issue from now, if it is possible, than to begin to contend with it again and again over time and becomes a giant before us, becoming a detriment again to our business.
Thank you so much, Dr. Femi Ebeshola, President, Association of Small Business Owners in Nigeria, ASBON. We look forward to more conversations with you. Of course, I'd like to say in hope that we do have a collaboration, partners in progress, and of course, we're looking forward to more worthwhile ventures with you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all you are doing in the business space. I see this also more or less as a public-private dialogue and an advocacy, and I think it is having its effects no matter how big or how small it is having its effects, and we give you all the thanks for what you are doing. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, and be rest assured that I'm always ever ready to be part of your laudable programs and TV interviews anytime, any day.
Thank you. Blessing.
Oh, yes.
Something that bothers me is with all of the cybercrime levies and all of the restrictions, would you say that cybercrime has reduced?
I wouldn't say it has. You know, my concern more is with the approach. So when cybercrime is committed or some form of fraud has happened on your account and you're trying to even trace it, the frustration that you're greeted with at the bank.
The
bureaucracy. And sometimes some information is withheld. So you have to go through
you have to go to the court to get an affidavit,
getting some documents, getting some of permissions for them to grant you information on your own account. So if it was even easy when fraud is committed on account and you say, oh, even without the levy, you offer the needed assistance, you give the information. Imagine someone gets into your account and is able, or maybe somebody gets a hold of some of your information.
There's something that used to, let me help you here. There's something that happens.
With POS.
People send money into your account, and in splits of seconds, it moves again.
Yes.
And you begin to wonder how.
Yes.
A huge sum comes in, it stays for maybe some minutes and hours, but by the time you're able to want to find out what's going on, it's been moved again. And then you wonder how is that possible? Why isn't there a back check of some sort? So I've had such a personal experience, or it was my dad, who money was sent into his account and then it was moved. And it was a situation of a financial fraud. But then the realization that he did not initiate the move, he did not initiate the order transfer, the moving out, that what was the word now? That extricated him from whatever, absolved him whatever allegations that there were. So what systems do we even have in place? You would expect that these levies should be geared towards technological development to strengthen the firewall or the security of our financial system.
I understand the financial burden. It could be over a long time, or when you make large transactions, it depends on the volume of your transaction. But I think Nigerians would not have objected to it if they had some assurance, or going by experience, it's been that when there are issues of cybercrime and when you happen to be the victim, the bank offers you the assistance without you spending more, without you having to go through a lot of stress and some bureaucratic bottleneck before it's eventually resolved. Sometimes you just left to your fate and they tell you, oh, perhaps your information must have been compromised, and the bank takes no responsibility for any of it. You're left to just bear the consequence of what has happened. So if the bank can actually be seen to do so much more, or more than they're doing actually, to protect consumers, then people would think maybe this levy will go into doing more, acquiring more software, or getting better technology to tackle cybercrime. That's just us thinking that maybe this bank can do more to convince people that this is actually needed at this point in time. Well, we'll wait to see how it happens. It was suspended for some months, but the CBN says they are reintroducing it. Will it be fought by some other associations? What would the National Assembly say about this? It's just unfolding. We'll get more information as the drama unfolds. I'm Blessing AJ. Many thanks for being a part of the show by watching. You can do more by dropping a comment. Let us know what you think. What are your thoughts on the issues discussed today? Like our page, follow as well, and comment. I'll see you again. Bye.
Well, our heart goes out to the people of Borno State who are battling with flooding. And of course, as the contributions, donations continue to pour in, I hear about a certain percentage of coming to the state government. We hope that some succor comes to residents and indigenes of Borno, and that the government is able to find a way or figure out a way to be able to quell the impact of the flood, which I'm certain is devastating. On behalf of everyone over here, thank you so much for joining us on Early Exchange. Market Insight is up at 11. My name is Temple Barra. Do have a lovely day.
Yes, it was really, really extremely powerful just to help you start to inspire you to have.
Augmented reality (AR) is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, Tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to.
Well, good to have me.
Welcome
man.
home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and
my
likewise,
brother.
likewise. I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Naija.
Blackface Naija.
Yes.
Yeah. So many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Naija to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Naija, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Naija to my name. Because I love my country so, so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Naija. So it's Blackface Naija. Hate it or love it, that's
Blackface
Naija.
Naija. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and common from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you're saying common didn't have that?
No, so he had to take out the sense and he became common. So I hope that's not
that's not it. It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Niger, you have done this so long. So I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have picked that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, where, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So what, is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists. The real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular. You stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists would not want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in a record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here, and then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listen to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things, but these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke, but they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to think about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
When
up.
you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House Entertainment.
So,
Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content?
Well,
because right now, we see people. Anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. They fuse all sorts of things. So in a week, you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside, were called Afrobeats.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to...
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down,
Yeah.
so that people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. But it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud
best.
of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before we came.
So we had those. There were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abamieda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke, and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, I mean Big Deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. Where they don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah.
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Yeah. Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88. Damn. Around that time, you know.
Wow.
That period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu. You know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music perform. And all of that. You know,
Correct.
so I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also started taking it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams, and with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man.
Please explain what Rap City jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City jams. Rap City jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there, and from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends then, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like, I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I had taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent, you know. So I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though, you know. And it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish 1 or 2 things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in, because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. And it wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. So people went to different record labels. You know, just like
talking about different record labels. Do you remember that time? I think it was Christmas. You were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking. That was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting.
Yes.
In Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway, you know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do, because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them, you know. And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept, because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him, then it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like did a movie about it or something?
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
the whole back and forth.
Yeah.
And so one other name that has featured in the story is Efeomorbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split
so.
up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been
when
squashed.
there was we
had that, but they
mediation.
They didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about that?
I have not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting?
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula balu all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. You know, that was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. See me when they play my video for television. You know, it's competition. And they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from hard life, smash it.
Yeah.
I'm coming from ahead of the game, smash it.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process. And I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothman's Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothman's Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody.
The
Nobody
music
knew
was
us. But
massive.
the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New
International.
Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We were having people come to our house to come and visit us, plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your present
What you're doing
now.
currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, almost, that guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him
why?
in Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world, me to check my profile, say me better than you, let them got myself signed. Mediocre, time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. Maybe mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Name and Spicy Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
But
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing. I will see it's going to last long in this game because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're all there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
person,
an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get? How did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do third anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's third anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Park. So, Ray Power history is a third anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history. It's a third anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then it came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would talk. I said, this guy didn't get the harmony. We made this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at what's it called? Ademola Tokumbo or something,
VI.
something. VI.
Yes, yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When FaZe sang, they said it's a lie. There's the karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do today?
I told them
put it up and
I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with FaZe is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about FaZe. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to
See,
believe
that's a
in
problem.
people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
The person that believed to
in
take you.
the person that believes in you will tell you
Correct.
you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go. We plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's FaZe right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you see.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat till I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, isn't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just say I feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist. You can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula baloo.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I'd made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take It Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take It Tom.
Yeah,
talking about
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was
Tijo.
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tiju was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tiju is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tiju was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we're able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tiju went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us, they do me. Abroad, he shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yeah, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to go into the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and Tiju felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way of why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, I Take It Home.
I think I couldn't continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. So we're like, they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There have to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can't go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo. Everyday People.
I wrote a song one of their beats.
Arrested Development are still here. So Baba Oje died, 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
Are you sure it's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See, understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that our GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white
screen.
They still use
all those phones. The phones are
ahead of them.
But I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We're not supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information,
positive information,
good information,
yes,
helpful information,
yes,
which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great job.
IL 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came
So-
here.
so-
I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
So
but I said that the Oga chair I want to sit down. No, I don't want to get a job for another place. So the Oga chair I want to sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair, see the view. Can't tell it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music,
Yeah.
as someone that has done
Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
40 years,
Yeah.
30, 35 years in the
Yeah.
biz.
Yeah.
Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, survive and take care of your bills, family, and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language, you study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it to your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you. You can't do that. I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce ourselves.
That was the first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce
Come with a
ourselves.
bang.
And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
so
go.
do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like we. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed. Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life, SOUQ News Television, the IL 104.9.
Thanks for having me,
coming
man.
through.
Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
Through.
Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So, it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
Ojude Oba is the annual social cultural festival with the splendor and grandeur of the Ijebus on display at Ijebu-Ode, the capital city of Ijebuland. It is a nexus of cultural and sartorial elegance, social grace, and evocative dance steps that has attracted indigenous as well as local and foreign tourists over the years. It is a celebration of the enduring age group system called Regbe Regbe, platform of cultural identity and unity of the Ijebus, including those in the diaspora. From its origin in the 1880s as an Islamic faithful Salah message and visit to the Awujale of Ijebuland, the Ojude-Oba festival has transformed into an all-indigenous celebration filled with fun and laughter. I shall be looking at the economic and tourist attractions and potentials of this festival in view of its increasing global patronage and attention it is receiving right now. Credit for the transformative feats of social engineering concerning the Ojude-Oba festival must go to His Royal Majesty Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono Ogbagba II, since ascending the throne of his forefathers in 1960. It is a case of an iconic traditional ruler creating an iconic legacy. This year's edition of Ojude-Oba Festival was estimated to have attracted over 2 million people and several more millions of a global audience. The social media was agog in transmitting the grandeur of the occasion. As is usual, Ijebu-Ode experienced vehicular and human traffic gridlock, especially in the city center, where the Palace of the Awujale and the Palace Annex hosting the event are located. It is a measure of the economic derivative of the celebration of Ojude-Oba that all hotels in Ijebu-Ode and environs were fully booked from Saturday, June 15, 2024 through to June 28 to Wednesday 19th, the day after. Food and drinks vendors also made boom sales, catering for the teeming patrons at the celebration. At the venue of the celebration, opposite the palace, the Awujale was resplendent in the majesty of his royal regalia, supported by other traditional rulers in Ijebu land, with Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State, also an Ijebu, adorned in a desired native dress of sunshine colors that stood him out as a sartorial connoisseur. But then, in all good things, there are few contrary people sold to skepticism and negativism. The 2024 Ojude-Oba Festival attracted such people who erroneously and mischievously described it as a fashion jamboree of no consequence to the welfare of the hosts and environment. These skeptics and critics wondered why the Regbe-Regbes should not offer scholarships, build health centers, and construct roads and boreholes. Some people even dismissed the Regbe-Regbes outing at Ojude-Oba Festival as a wasteful fashion extravaganza. In their anger, they wondered what a hell is this Ojude-Oba Festival? What an empty hype. The coordinator of the 2024 Ojude-Oba Festival, Chief Fasi Yusuf, told journalists that the Regbe-Regbe had not only been feeding the people and educated the youths, as it were, but have also been providing infrastructural facilities. He described the Regbe-Regbes as interventionist development agents, citing such instances of their interventions to include the 20 million naira renovation of the male surgical ward at the State Hospital in Ijebu-Ode, renovation of Nigerian Police Area Command Ekpeba, Ijebu-Ode, and building of police posts in different parts of the city. The 108-page Ojude-Oba Festival 2024 brochure listed some of the other activities engaged by the various Regbe-Regbes, as the resuscitation of the moribund School of Nursing and Midwifery Ijebu-Ode, scholarships to indigent students, construction of 4 blocks of classrooms at Omu Ajose Comprehensive High School, and 3 classroom blocks at Imososi Primary School, Agoiwoye. Other activities include the rehabilitation of roads, provision of boreholes and solar street lights, support to orphanages, homes, and homes for special needs, and free medical services for indigents. Chief Fasi Yusuf, who is the Bagbimo of Ijebu-Ode and secretary to the Awujale Council of Chiefs, stressed that it had become imperative to enlighten skeptics about the extensive ramifications of the Regbe-Regbes as a unique, populist, social, cultural, economic platform where services were provided for the community and also for members. He pointed out that the Regbe-Regbes had become unifying and uplifting platforms with the enhancement of the well-being of members, financial and health-wise, considered collective responsibilities of the age group, where investment loans, payment of hospital bills of sick members, and donation to families of deceased members are made. Talking personally and professionally after my private investigation, interaction, and discussion, I will say categorically clearly that the glees and colors associated with the Ojuodoba festival is outside the ranks of any cultural festival in Nigeria. What Nigeria advertises to the world in Ojuodoba is cultural elegance and communal cohesion. It is this cultural elegance that is being proposed as a tourism potential and strength for Ojuodoba Festival as a major global tourist destination. For instance, Morocco, Africa's top tourism destination with 13.2 million tourists in 2023, has its vibrant culture as its selling point. Egypt, which is placed second with 11.5 million tourists, has its ancient wonders of the pyramid and the Valley of Kings as its attraction. While for 8th placed Kenya, with 2.6 million tourists, the premium is its wildlife safaris. Nigeria, ranked 68th in the World Tourism Index, attracted only 518,000 tourists in 2021 from the latest figures available from the United Nations World Tourism Organization. This demands that Nigeria needs to create and promote a tourism policy and strategy with a properly packaged Ojuodoba Festival as a potential tourism money spinner to tap into the gold mine of its 1.3 billion global tourists in 2023 that generated revenues of $4 trillion, according to the United Nations World Tourism Organization. The Ojuodoba Festival should be funded, supported, and promoted to rank with the world's leading tourism destinations. These destinations include Disney World in Florida, in the United States of America, California, also in America, Cancun in Mexico, the safaris in Kenya, Paradise Fund in Mauritius, the aquatic jewel of the Indian Ocean, and the historic Colosseum in Rome, Italy. We in Nigeria need to appreciate and celebrate our culture as our patriotic, passionate contribution to global tourism. And the Ojuodoba Festival is such a sellable cultural event. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one. Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss it.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Hello there again, and welcome to Market Insights this beautiful Tuesday morning on SOUQ News Television. Very many thanks for joining us. I am David Chiedu. On today's edition of the program, we're talking about food, of course, food systems and its transformation therein, and addressing some critical challenges that have befallen us in this part of the world, talking about Nigeria and speaking even more wider, the African continent at large. Now, Africa does indeed face numerous challenges in producing, processing, and distributing food, impacting food security, nutrition, and economic growth. Now, from some of the challenges, including climate change and conflict, to post-harvest losses and limited access to finance, these obstacles are numerous and complex, yet opportunities abound. Now, agriculture contributes about 20 to 30% of the gross domestic products of several countries on the African continent. Essentially, what this means is that if we achieve agricultural transformation as a country, talking about Nigeria, that is, 50% of our problems would be dealt with. Now, stakeholders have noted that leveraging support from concerned organizations to assist the government's effort in achieving food and income security for smallholder farmers in Nigeria is one way to go. A surefire way, if you like, and also promoting climate-smart technologies and the adoption of regenerative, market-oriented and nutrition-sensitive agriculture practices. Now, with that said, there is need to grow the agricultural sector to have a transformational impact on tackling poverty and achieving economic success. We'll discuss this and more on the program today. We're joined by the National Secretary, Nigeria Women in Agricultural Business Cooperative Society Limited, Mrs. Ruth Isong. She joins us in the studio this morning. Good morning, Mrs. Isong. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here this morning.
And also joining us virtually is the president of the same organization, Nigerian Women in Agricultural Business Cooperative Limited, Chief Lady Grace Titi Fredson. Lady Fredson, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Well appreciate.
We're going to start with your thoughts, first of all, Lady Fredson. Since we're talking about the sundry challenges facing the sector, the agri sector that is, on the African continent, there's a myriad of them. But, fundamentally, we would like to know exactly which ones have proven to be the most quote and unquote painful thorn in the flesh of development of the food sector on the African continent. Can you walk us through some of these challenges, Lady Fredson?
Okay, before I answer your question, I have seated by me the VP, and I would like you to acknowledge her. Then you ask your question again. All protocols of that.
Okay. Can you introduce her?
Mrs. Keji Adeyemi.
All right. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. All right, Lady Fredson, can you, talk to us?
ask your question again.
Yes, I was asking you to walk us through, or rather, I had asked you to walk us through some of the challenges bedeviling the food sector or the agri sector on the African continent that has so far impeded growth and development.
Okay, so we have a number. Thank you for asking the question. I'll get you clearly because there seems to be an internet hitch. You're asking to know the challenges plaguing Africa as a continent that is hindering the development of agriculture. I believe that's what you're asking. Yes. So I would like to drill down those challenges to Nigeria, where we are. In Nigeria, based on statistics done by numerous entities, both local and international development partners, our smallholder farmers generally provide over 90% of the food basket. So we're talking about the small grassroots, what people call grassroots or smallholder farmers. But at the moment, we're facing high prices of agro-commodities. In all the commodities, there's none of the commodities as of last year to this year have increased, if I use an average of 500%. So that means there's something wrong with the system because the dollar and naira are having an issue. Naira is going down, devaluing, and food cost of food is increasing. So we want to know why all of this has happened. Okay, first thing come to mind is that in the Northeast, we have security challenges. We can't take that away. And there's nothing the smallholder farmers can do. They cannot stand against the issue of either the cattle ranchers or stand against the issue of the BK, threatening them in their little smallholder farms. And the second issue we have, it's we know for a long time our soil, as much as to have arable land, the soils we have had are reducing in the nutrients, and these farmers will want to have access to inputs. That's we're talking about fertilizers, whether organic or inorganic, whether NPK or whatever it is, urea. They want to have access to pesticides, to herbicides to help them. But like we tell everyone, we need to treat agric as a business, not as not as an aid. Agric is a business. So these farmers are not able to have access to these inputs because the prices of these inputs have drastically increased by approximately 500%. So they can have access to help them increase their productivity to even plant. Most of our farmers did not even plant. After I need to introduce the organization. That was the first test to input. So most of these farmers didn't plant because they don't have funds. When I mean access, I'm talking about them having the value, the money to access these inputs. They are not there. The inputs aren't there for them to access. Okay, so we talk about insecurity that is plaguing both Northeast and even some parts of Southeast. We talk about because of the devaluation of naira, and most of those things are being imported in. So their cost when converted to naira is quite high for our local farmers to have access to them. Then we talk about technology. Most of our farmers smallholder farmers have not been that receptive to technology. And even if they want to be receptive to technology, if they can't afford those inputs, those variables, how can they be able to afford the capital investments like technology? These technologies don't come in cheap. They still come in dollars. They're not being manufactured here. Virtually almost everything is not manufactured. A lot of things are not manufactured here. So they have to come in as far as the naira is being devalued. It's going to have an impact. It's going to have a ripple effect, much more than a 5 times multiplier effect. So technology is not being technology either in equipment, technology either in methods, improved way of production or processing. It's also one of the major challenges that our farmers face. Sometimes they don't accept this because they have a narrative towards certain variety of seeds or seedling, or that come in, you hear forwarded info on GMO and the rest. I don't want to discuss it because it has so much divergent view. So they don't accept these new varieties that come in that probably has been made to be disease resistant or drought resistant, as the case might be. Then we talk about extension services. We have, based on statistics unquoted, we have over 22 million smallhold farmers, and we don't think the government had a provision to have extension services to cover all of those 22 million farmers. So we have restricted or inadequate supply of extension services to the farmer.
There, Lady Fredson. All right. We are having a little glitch there with the connection, talking with Lady Fredson. But of course, she's highlighted a number of things. I'm going to come to you now, Mrs. Esong. She's highlighted on a number of things, including, access or accessibility. She's talked about insecurity. She's talked about technology and the reception of it therein by smallholder farmers. She's talked about affordability of input, as well as extension services, still going on with that train of thought. And we're going to unpack a number of these challenges one after the other. But I reckon there's another one which she probably would have mentioned, but for the glitch in that connection, which is, she did mention it, a little bit of it, drought. There's also that factor in some parts of the country, and that has, it's been evident in the availability of food, the accessibility of produce, and even the affordability of it all therein across the length and breadth of the country, which, has been amidst the recent hike in prices we've seen across the board. Now, as a stakeholder, what would you say that the government can do differently that they haven't already done, in order to sort all of this out, as it were, because it's indeed a really critical issue, and it's biting Nigerians, as it were?
Well, thank you very much for that amazing question. First and foremost, we want to appreciate the government of Nigeria, the federal government. They've been doing a whole lot. We know that there are several people put in place to ensure that agriculture meets the best practice in the country. Because if we look at the Arise agenda of some of the state governors and then the renewed hope agenda of the president, we see that agriculture has been given a major focus in this day and time. But what is the problem now? We see that there's a whole lot of lack of infrastructures. Now, from the north, just like my president earlier mentioned, we have poor infrastructures, bad roads. Sometimes before this food produced by smallholder farmers will get to the destination as the market, there's a whole lot of time lost because the roads are so bad, vehicles will break down, and this will cause post-harvest losses on the part of the farmers. And now again too, you remember in 2003, there was this declaration in Maputo. Maputo, we happen to know, is the capital of Mozambique. And then we know that their seaport is like one of the finest in East of Africa. That declaration in Mozambique was that after the African Union presidents gathered in that conference, they were implored to ensure that they allocate 10% of budget to agriculture. But we have seen that there's been a decline in the budgetary allocation of agriculture. In Nigeria, we see that the government is staggering the percentage between 1.3 to 3.5. This 2024, we see that it's 3.51% that is allocated to agriculture. Security has the highest budget and every other sector. Now, if you have 3.51 allocated to agriculture, how does these infrastructures get, you understand? How do this input get to the smallholder farmers in different communities? We see that now there's high cost of inflation, there's high cost of input in form of farm inputs, farm implements. Mechanized farming is not even a luxury this time around. And that is why, as a group, NIWAP, we feel that it is time for us to see how we can cluster our women in various communities in the 6 geopolitical zones. Because just like my president wanted to mention earlier before the glitch came up, she wanted to educate us on why our women are like the drivers, you understand, the linkage between, because there's a huge gap between the smallholder farmers and the market. Now, what we have done as a group is to see how we can cluster women in various cooperatives in different communities across the 6 geopolitical zones. What have we done differently? We are sick of being given handouts on a daily basis. The government, people have been relying so much on government giving them stipends. I saw a video recently, I don't want to mention the state, where a woman, I think is one of the government officials, was handing over 1,000. Now, while that will be applauded, we don't want Nigerians, because if you give the person 1,000, what can 1,000 naira do today? We are thinking of teaching people how to fish rather than giving them handouts. So we are sick of all of that. So the NIWAP model is completely different. What do? We see ourselves as business women, not just farmers. And we see that we are doing farming differently, because I've sent a lot of persons have seen our videos. Sometimes when we attend conferences, they look at us, they say, oh, you, a farmer? But we are changing the narrative, because farmers can be slayers as well. We can be slay queens and then we farm. But we are telling everybody, welcome on board. Let us do things differently. So we have clustered these women in various cooperatives according to the priority crops of each communities. In Akwa Ibom State, we are known for palm oil. We are known for cassava. We are known for every other crop. In the north, we are known for several crops. In South, they are known for several crops. You understand? So we cluster these women in various communities according to the priority crops of that community. So now what do? Our goal is to set up mini processing centers, like a farm cottage, where instead of you worrying about bringing tomato from the north to down south, and then worrying about the problem of infrastructure, we have provided those farm cottages where there and then they'll be processed as well as being marketed for export and both local consumption. So what have we done? We have created jobs for our women in those communities, because they are the ones who are going to be employed in those farm cottages to take care of the farm, from farm to production to packaging to processing. So more or less like from farm to the table, or farm to fork, like the white man will use that principle.
Now, in all of these, I mean, it sounds very interesting what, the menagerie of your organization has done or is doing. I mean, it's quite laudable, I would say, for all intents and purposes for the sector. However, I'm curious as to whether or not you get enough support from, whether it's the sub-national level of government or even, top to the, as far as up to the center, as you were. Can you, give us, just give us something in that regard?
Yes, thank you so much for that lovely question. Now, that's why I said the federal government has done a whole lot. Now, but the thing is, most people don't have access to these things. How do you break that gap? That's why we are there. How do you break that gap? Because early this year, the federal government, by the way, we are regulated by the Federal Department of Cooperative, because we are a national apex. You understand? We just got 3 months, we are 3 months old, even though in the past 15 years, we've been operating in various states in small groups like primary societies and all of that. But the national apex was registered officially 3 months ago, June 29th to be precise. Now, what has the government done? Through the Federal Department of Cooperative, there have been inputs provided to us. So we have some of this input distributed to our women in various, the 6 geopolitical zones for them to farm. We follow and monitor the processes, you understand? So that when production comes out, we can be able to upscale their lives by purchasing those products from them and then giving to off-takers. We have not relented on that. We have gone ahead to even speak to international development partners and other government agencies. We write to them seeking support. Support in the sense that we are not saying come and give us money. Some of the banks like BOA and BOI are there. For some of them, they have 1-digit loans. What are we doing? Because we want to change the mindset of some of our farmers. We want to see how we can be able to access loan as a group, give to these women, let them farm in clusters, and then we provide off-takers so that whatever they farm, they have markets ready for this purchase of some of these commodities.
Would you say that the reception therein in these advocacy efforts or initiatives, as you were, has been productive or has been encouraging, on the part of the women? Would you say that?
Well, initially it was a struggle. We are used to the free mentality. You understand? Even now, we just rounded up a program with the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement, SOUQ. It was a difficult thing to be able to convince the women that for once, you are coming as a businesswoman. Bring your produce to the center. you will be you have people who will purchase your produce. It was difficult to be able to convince them, because they are used to, when such gatherings take place, they give them stipends, they give them 5,000, 10,000. But now, gradually, their mentality is changing. If I tell you some of our states, like the likes of Bayelsa, the likes of Akwa Ibom, the likes of Cross River, the likes of the North, the 17 states, the 19 states in the North, and then the 17 states in the South, they are doing greatly because our women are beginning to be receptive. Who doesn't want to change their lifestyle? We see that the various allocations of funds have been given to other sectors. Now, there's something my president and I came across recently. We saw that even the oil sector, the banks like Nexim and BOI were giving out loans for a 5-digit, you understand? I mean, 1-digit loan, like 5%, as low as 5%. Now, but for farmers, they are saying 9%. So what we are trying to do and negotiate with some of these banks is to see how some of these interest rates can be reduced so that women can have access to these loans, so they can be able to produce for the global market, not just Nigeria, because our plan is to produce to feed Nigeria first and then look at exports so they can earn foreign exchange.
Interesting stuff. Now let's move this one further and talk about some attendant matters that of course have exacerbated the issues which we already know that exist. Now, earlier you talked about, movement from point A to point B, and all of that. That's part of the problem. But then again, there's also the issue of storage, which a lot of experts have talked about, and across different fora, that it is indeed a really, really big problem. As a matter of fact, they say, or they posit, that a lot of the deficiencies in storage facilities have led to a myriad of problems with regards to post-harvest losses and whatnot. It is indeed, as I said, a critical issue. How do we get around this?
Okay, thank you so much. You see, post-harvest losses on the part of farmers is grave, because you see that there's a time it takes for you to be able to, for the production process to be complete. And that time is a waiting period. And then when you harvest, because of poor infrastructures, these things cannot get to the market in good time and they perish. About 65% of post-harvest losses. So how do we reduce that? How do we mitigate some of those things? That is why we've come up with that model to set up farm cottages within that environment, within that community. Now, take for instance, if we have off-takers that say, okay, they want to buy gari, what do? We set up mini agro-processing centers within that community that produces gari. We ensure that there's quality, the standards are being observed, because there are different agencies that are in charge of all of that, like the NAFDAC, like the SON. They are there to facilitate some of those standard processing. So we make sure that our processing centers are near to the farm cottages, so that once these women harvest this, they can process. That way we can be able to reduce some of the post-harvest losses. Now, take for instance tomato. We noticed that a few months back, tomato was scarce in the market. It got to a point where tomato was sold for 22,000 per basket. What happened? Some of these things are as a result of diseases that invaded the farms. What do we do to be able to mitigate some of these things? We have to do private climate smart agriculture. What do we do? Improved in seedlings, application of fertilizers, you understand, and timely application of some of these fertilizers if need be. Then we have to be able to educate these women and farmers on how to be able to use these various models to upscale their businesses. Now, it is something that is very different, because when you look at farmers, there are people who are very content with what they've been doing and the practices all along. So it's very difficult for you to sometimes change their perception, but we are trying to educate them. That is why one of our objectives is to educate and change the mentality of the people. Because just like my president mentioned earlier, a lot of them are not receptive to these new seedlings and improved seedlings that is being introduced into the market. They feel it is something that is scary. So they need to know that these are ways, there are various ways that they can improve their farming business. Introduce mechanization to them. We have women in our group who can operate tractors. We have women in our group who can operate some of these mini processing machines on their own. So we don't need, and we know that women make up 70% of the farm workforce in Nigeria. So in a way, our group is trying to see how we can mitigate some of these issues and reduce the post-harvest losses, so that at least our farmers will not have to experience so much pain in the process of providing food security for
All right.
Nigeria.
We're going to stay on this thought of technology and newer ways or newer innovations with which to, move the sector forward and better the lot of Nigerians. But we'll continue that after the break shortly. You're still watching Market Insight here on SOUQ News Television, and we're talking about the challenges facing food transformation on the African continent using our own Nigeria as a point of reference, or if you like, as a case study. We'll continue that when we come back from this short break. Don't go anywhere.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one. Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth report. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back to Market Insight. We're still talking about food systems transformation and addressing the challenges bedeviling the agri sector in the country and, of course, the wider reach of the African continent. But, of course, we're still staying with Nigeria, as it were, one of the biggest economies on the continent. Now, we are still talking with the National Secretary, Nigerian Women in Agricultural Business Cooperative Limited, NIWAN, Mrs. Ruth Isong. She is the National Secretary. Thank you for joining us in the studio. We're still having some technical issues. We were joined earlier by the president herself of said organization, NIWAN, Chief Lady Fredson. Hopefully we can sort that out and then she can be part of the rest of the conversation. But of course, we're still taking it further. Earlier, she spoke about, technology, its entrance into the sector, and the seeming quote and unquote pushback, if you like, by some of the smallholder farmers whose lives were or rather have more or less been woven around subsistence farming in hinterlands, as you were, which is understandable. Sometimes change can be a little bit, disruptive per se. We'll get to that part, but first of all, let's talk about, what's the thing, or what's the thing at the moment. So in your view as a stakeholder, what sort of technological advancements or technological initiatives would you say has the most promise for the sector that could bring about the much needed transformation or the much needed development in the sector across the board, especially in those places we talk about that are, slightly receptive to, or slightly less receptive to these initiatives?
President mentioned earlier, insecurity has been a major problem in Nigeria. Now, among the 6 geopolitical zones, we have narrowed it down to some of the very secure states. To see one, how did we do that? You see where we can get good access to land, you understand me, and then where there's massive security. Because now, because of this security, some of our farmers, some of not, have been displaced, and then the middle belt as well. Some of them have been displaced from their various farms. So what do we do? Like I told you earlier, our motto is to set up mini agri-processing centers, like farm cottages, because everything will be like a one-stop shop. Now, we have spoken to some of our partners who are into the mechanized sort of farming, who will come up to set up some of these processing centers. Some of them will be outsourced locally, will be fabricated locally, because we have a whole lot of our women who are doing some of those fabrications. We have some of our youth that are into all of these, what do they call them, rain guns and all of that, like irrigation processes and all of that, to be able to reduce some of this effect on climate change. So some of these things have been set up by we have that model in place. So what we are looking at now are the government agencies, international development partners to partner with us to see how we can set up some of these mini agro-processing centers to reduce post-harvest losses. If you see what farmers go through, you will feel for them. And that is what we are trying to reduce, so that time between the linkage between the farm, smallholder farmers and the market will be reduced greatly. And then the losses can be mitigated to a large extent. So when these farm cottages are being set up, not only stopping us from setting up a processing plant in like Macaulay, because we see that Benue State is rich in oranges, yams, and all of that. We could set up something like that where juices can be extracted directly. Sometimes it can be dried using some of the, I think it's the SDG 7 that talks about clean energy. You understand? We employ technologies such as solar energy for some of these drying processes where we don't have to use some things that will create something that will create some dysfunctions in the system. So we're trying to make sure as much as possible we follow the SDG goals, like the SDG 5, zero hunger for all, the SDG 2, zero hunger, SDG 5, gender equality, and all of that, a good work environment for some of these farmers. So those farm cottages will a great deal mitigate some of these post-harvest losses for our smallholder farmers.
Now, let's go back to that part where, she talked about the receptiveness of this, innovations, as it were. How were you able to circumvent that little hurdle? Because I've been in situations in some advocacy, endeavors where you find that people, because they hold a certain, cultural belief or traditional belief, sometimes it's even creed, you find them being a little, less receptive, there's a lot of pushback, and, it makes the work a lot difficult. Because in the end, what you're trying to do is bring some sort of developmental, action, if you like, to them, or developmental feat to them. But because of that little stumbling block, you find that it takes either longer, or in some cases, it falls through entirely. So can you walk us through that little hurdle?
Well, with no disrespect to any of these communities, there are some communities that we got into that the women are not allowed to own lands. That was a major problem. So what did we do? As soon as we found that out, we were told by those women that they only work in their husband's farms. And, well, we said, fine and good. We're not going to try to separate any tradition or try to change anything. This is your comfort zone. What do? We got into those communities, we acquire lands for our pilot projects, and then what did we do? The women are more or less the workforce, complementing the efforts of their husbands in some of those locations, you understand? So it is a difficult thing to try to, because when we entered that community initially, we greeted these women, they refused to speak to us. Until someone who understood their language could break it down to them that these people came with something good to you. And then before we knew it, they were very receptive because we have so many other things. We're teaching them how to farm tomatoes and do some of this. They were doing piggery and some of this animal husbandry and the rest. But their practices were still very archaic. So we brought in people to teach them how to do some of those things. And then they were very receptive with time. You understand? You see the excitement in their faces. Okay, again, too, in Akwa Ibom, when we had one of these events last month, it was very difficult for some of the women to come out from their communities to the town where we wanted to host this event. But then again, with persuasion, you understand? And that is the beauty of NIWA, because we have our presence in the 36 states plus FCT in Nigeria. We have our local government coordinators, we have our state coordinators, we have our ward coordinators who reach to the grassroots farmers. So there's already a structure in ground. And now what do we expect from international development partners? We've done the groundwork. Your job is to see how you can partner with us, to see how we can execute some of these our models in order to be able to upscale our farmers.
All right, interesting stuff. Now, she also mentioned affordability of inputs, as you were. And I know that a lot of these things are, they cost a lot of money. They're not, cheap. So as a stakeholder, what measures have been taken with regards to collaboration and partnerships, particularly with the private sector, vis-a-vis financing and, sundry support in that regard, as well as, the likes of civil society organizations. Let's not talk about the government right now. I mean, you hinted about that earlier, some of the support and all of that, but let's leave the government out of it right now. Let's talk about the private sector, let's talk about CSOs and other, humanitarian, if you like, organizations who are enthusiasts, or whom we can refer to as enthusiasts as far as the sector is concerned. What sort of collaboration have been struck, or how can we enhance the already existing collaborations with these different individuals that I've mentioned?
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much again. We see that there are several organizations present here in the country. Some of the models they have introduced have worked in other African countries. Why not Nigeria? We see that the FAO has worked and partnered with Kenya for some years, because Kenya is one of those countries where drought was their major problem. But FAO, in conjunction with the United Nations, the Women Arm, partnered and clustered women in small groups. And what did they do? They taught them how to plant trees to see how they can reduce some of this climate change effects on their soil. They planted trees, they planted cotton, they planted flowers. Do you know that these people built an income from that practice to the point that they now started introducing animal and livestock? They produce milk, they produce so many other things now for export, not just local consumption, equally export. So USAID has something like Feed the Future that they've initiated. And that's a platform for us to be able to leverage on. We have the FAO, we have the United Nations Women, we have BOI, we have BOA, we have Nexim Bank and all the likes. What we have done with them is to see how we can have discussions with them where they can reduce the interest rates, because these people are farmers. Now, there's a waiting period. My president was an advocate of the moratorium given to us by this bank, because sometimes this loan are issued to some of the smallholder farmers, but the moratorium period is very short. The period of return. Now, let's not forget the fact that when you plant, there's a period of waiting. So what happens? If you say they are supposed to pay back next month, the crop has not been harvested yet. So let us give them a moratorium at minimum 6 months so that they'll be able to harvest their crops, sell, and then they can begin to pay back those loans. And experience shows that women over time have been like, let me say 80 or 90% people who have been paying back their debts. So with confidence, we approach some of these NDAs. With confidence, we approach some of these banks. With confidence, we approach some of these international organizations for assistance to see how they can help us upscale our women. Because for sure, as far as those loans are being issued out to those women, payments will not be a problem. And that is why we have our representatives in all of these states to be able to monitor some of these comebacks.
Interesting. Now, let's talk about extension services. She did mention that there's a deficiency of that, as it were, across the board. Can you walk us through how that has been of immense impact, if at all, on the sector?
Yes, kudos to the Minister of State for Agriculture, because we had like a roundtable session some days ago, and those were issues that were brought up in terms of how they can introduce more extension service workers to some of these localities. Because now, just like we said, training and educating these women has been a problem over the years. But now, with the help of these extension services and all these extension workers, we can get this training to their doorstep. They don't need to come out to town. They don't need to come too far. You can use their pilot projects, because that's why we have all our pilot projects or farms in some of the states in Nigeria. Now, if we have those extension services there, we have our local farmers coming, they invite them for trainings, they turn up, they are very receptive to change, even though it was a difficult thing, but they have seen that we come with something good. We are not saying give us money to take this, and that's why, as now I put me anywhere, we have not been able to ask our women for a dime. We are rather looking on how we're upscaling their businesses and their farm business. We have given them various promises and hopes. Now, look at a farmer retiring and earning benefits, you understand, in terms of pension. Those are the models we have put in place. It is a thing of joy because they've never experienced that. How about access to medical care? How about some of these things that they have not been able to be granted access in the times past? So the narrative is actually changing, and it is high time our development partners key in to what NIWAP has to offer.
Speaking about training, I want to move that further to another demographic, and based on their own psychographics, how they behave and what they're receptive to. We're going to talk about, how to bring them in, because of course you've mentioned the women, and it's been mostly about the women and upskilling them, as you said earlier, using your exact words, being a farmer and still being a slave queen.
Yeah. Thank you.
Which is quite, interesting to see, unique. By the way. Yeah, exactly. That's the word. Unique. Very unique.
Yeah.
Very unique indeed. Now, it's delightful stuff. But this other demographic I'm talking about, the young people, you find that a lot of them today, when you speak with them or speak to them about agriculture and its concerns, they squint at you because, they're wondering why you're talking to them about agriculture. In their heads, they consider it as not something for them. Not necessarily in a bad way, but it's just not for me. That's how they think about it. What they think as being for them are things like, or rather are sectors like the tech sector, the entertainment sector, perhaps in some regard, the broadcast or media sector, and that's very broad. We could talk about digital media and all of that. Those are the things they think about, and fashion too. But agriculture, for some reason, is the least on their plate, as it were. So what sort of trainings, what sort of initiatives, what sort of advocacy has NIWAP put in place, if at all, to make sure that this other demographic are brought to the fray? Because the more the merrier.
Yeah.
This is not a case of three's a crowd. The more the merrier. If we have more people across the board, we'll be better off. So what sort of initiatives are there to bring these people?
Thank you for that wonderful question. Now, before I answer that question, I want to point out that cotton is a product of agriculture. If you don't plant cotton, you don't have your fabrics for your clothes. So if you want to be a slave farmer, you plant cotton. It has worked in Kenya. It is equally going to work in Nigeria, because I hear in the north, there's a large cotton farm and people are doing all of that, because there's a deficiency in that particular sector. Now, to answer your question, we have a beautiful national youth leader. Her name is Farida. She's a young, smart, and vibrant girl. When we met her, it was imperative that we have that youth arm, because she spoke with so much vibrancy. And then the questions she asked us were I was taken aback, like, okay, I have never thought of that. She asked us, what is your generation going to hand down to people like us? So you need an arm, because I told her, okay, sell yourself. And then she asked me pertinent questions that I could not even answer. And then I deemed it fit. I spoke to my president. I said, no, this lady We have to retain her. We spoke to her mom because she's still in school writing her exams, but she has a wealth of knowledge. So we created that arm for the youth. Now, what are they doing? They're learning from the so-called women who are older than them, so that whatever practices that we have done and carried out over the years, they duplicate it. And then as we age and take the back seat, as time progresses, they are in the forefront, championing this cause. So those are things that we have done and put in place. We have another arm of NIWAP too that talks about persons with disability. You understand? We've created that arm because we have some of our persons who are disabled, not in a bad word, but they are physically challenged. But then again, they have farms and they want to work. Some of them, you see the zeal within them. So we include all of these people into our fold. And then we have created an arm for them to be able to carry out their own things. Like we have a demo farm in Kano. When we got some of the inputs from the FDC, we gave to some of these our youth leaders. These people follow to the latter. As poor, as remote as some of those communities are, they carried out videos when the inputs were handed over to them, when they were given to the particular women who are going to farm this on those lands. They made videos of this. These women cannot speak English. You could see the bare land from when the inputs were handed over to them. Progressively, they kept recording and sending to us. So they are marrying technology with agriculture, which is good for us. Some of our social media handlers are very young girls, and they're very dynamic and smart. As this program is going on, I bet you there are people across Nigeria who are watching because of them and their engagements. So that is something that we have put in our plate and in our motto to see how we can carry things that we can hand down to the younger generation in order for them to be able to continue that.
Now, besides NIWAN's efforts, speaking more generally, governments across subnational and national level, do you think that they have done enough as yet? Now, this is not to cast aspersions, as it were, just, getting experts' opinion, as it were. Do you think as yet we've had enough of that sort of, outreach or that sort of, enough advocacy in that regard to bring in more young people into the agriculture sector? Because when we think about agriculture, you look at the major food baskets of the country, we're talking about people who are middle-aged and above, engaging in these farming activities. The amount of young people, perhaps under the age of 23, are few and far between. So in your view, would you say that so far the assessment has been encouraging?
I will say that. Because we see that even the federal government has created an arm for youth development. You understand? So, and the person who is anchoring that sector is a very young and vibrant lady. I've watched her speak in one of these African Development Bank events, and then she came with so much of her, because the Africa AFDB has done so much. We have a lot of their incubatees who are doing so well, some of them in tech, some of them owning farms, some of them introducing different technologies to agriculture that is making it climate smart and climate smart agricultural practices. So these are things that are very catchy for the young generation, because we know they are very dynamic and very vibrant. So we need things that will interest them. You understand? So all of these packages are there. So I must applaud the federal government, because they have done a lot in terms of incorporating the young ones into the industry.
Interesting stuff. Truly, truly. We have been talking about food systems transformation and, of course, dissecting the myriad of challenges that there are and talking about how they impact the sector one after the other. A lot has been said. As a matter of fact, we started the conversation with a hearing from the president of the Nigerian Women in Agriculture Business Cooperative Limited, that is, NIWAN, Chief Grace Titi Fretton, beg your pardon. And she, did justice to the question earlier, outlining a lot of the challenges which, we have then unpacked with our guest with us here in the studio, Mrs. Ruth Isong, the National Secretary, Nigerian Women in Agricultural Business Cooperative, talking about access, first of all, which is also key, issues like insecurity, issues like new innovation, talking about technology and whether or not it's being properly received, affordability of input, extension services and a lack of it therein, infrastructure, existential issues or existential crises like flooding and drought and the rest of them. These issues abound, but of course, finding a way around them to be able to better the lot of Nigerians through that particular sector that contributes enormously to the country's GDP is very, very essential. Of course, roping in inclusion, talking about women in that particular sector, and NIWAN has, in collaboration with stakeholders, equally have done tremendous work in that regard. And of course, this is, albeit to the betterment of the sector and by extension, the lot of our country, Nigeria. Many thanks again, Mrs. Isong, for joining us on the program this morning.
Thank you so much.
Market Insight. Now let's take you straight to the currency market, give you an update of what the market looks like today, the 24th of 24th of September 2024. Now, the official market, the dollar is trading to the naira at 1,676 naira, to the pound sterling at 2,269 naira, to the euro at 1,896 naira. At the parallel markets, you find the dollar there trading to the naira at 1,616 naira, 2,161 naira, and 1,800 naira. That's what it looks like right now on the parallel market. And that's the report, the FX report right here on Markets Insight. That's the much we can take, and that's the much we're bringing you today on the program. Do join us tomorrow for another titillating edition of Market Insight. But until then, do stay tuned to your mobile set or your television set, as you were. Join us at 12, which is just in a few minutes, for the news updates. Many thanks for watching again. I am David Chiedu. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Theater Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theater holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged SOUQ 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Good afternoon. My name is Lavina Emma, and this is the news update on SOUQ News Television. The federal government is set to supply 12 million barrels of crude oil to Dangote Refinery in October. This agreement is a part of the crude oil for Naira deal, and it aims to bolster domestic fuel production by allowing the refinery to process crude and produce petrol, diesel, and jet fuel for the Nigerian market. The CEO, Aliko Dangote, noted that the supply will significantly enhance energy security in Nigeria, potentially reviving 50 to 60% of non-operational filling stations. He emphasized that this initiative could save Nigeria approximately $1 billion in demurrage fees associated with shipping costs. The Dangote refinery, which began producing premium motor spirits in August, is positioned to eliminate Nigeria's reliance on imported fuel, marking a critical step towards energy independence and economic growth. With the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation (NNPC) as the primary buyer, the refinery's operations are expected to stabilize the local fuel markets. The Debt Management Office (DMO) has announced the federal government's offer of 150 billion naira in bonds for September 2024. This offering consists of 3 reopened bonds, a 70 billion naira April 2029 bond with a 19.30% coupon rate, a 50 billion naira February 2031 bond with an 18.50% coupon, and a 30 billion naira May 2033 bond at a 19.89% rate. The bonds, auctioned on September 23, 2024, with settlement on September 25, are available in units of 1,000 naira with a minimum subscription of 50 million naira. The bonds are listed on Nigerian Exchange, FMDQ Securities Exchange, and provide attractive tax exemptions for pension funds. This initiative is aimed at bolstering Nigeria's economic resilience by attracting investment into government securities, further stabilizing the economy amid ongoing reforms. The Nigerian equity market started the week with a significant 79 billion naira gain, driven by the appreciation of 32 stocks. On Monday, market capitalization increased by 0.14%, reaching 56.5 trillion naira, while the all-share index added 138.61 points, closing at 98,386 points. This boosted the year-to-date return to 31.58%. Despite a 26% drop in trading volume and a 46% decline in turnover, the number of deals increased by 23%, signaling strong investor interest. FCMB Group and McNaugh's led the gainers with a 10% rise, while Fidelity Bank, Tantalizers, and Flour Mills also posted significant increases. On the losing side, Berger Paints dropped by 9.83%, and Dar Communications and Deep Capital also recorded declines. The Transcorp Nigeria topped the trading volume with 66.8 million shares exchanged, followed by Fidelity Bank and Access Holdings. This positive performance underscores the continued strength and resilience of Nigeria's equity markets. China's central bank has announced a broad stimulus package aimed at revitalizing the nation's struggling economy, which faces deflationary pressures and risks missing its 5% growth target for 2024. The People's Bank of China, PBOC, revealed plans to cut reserve requirement ratio by 50 basis points, freeing up $142 billion for lending alongside reductions in interest rates and mortgage down payments. The stimulus comes amid declining property prices and weak consumer demand. The PBOC also introduced new tools to support stock market activity, including a $71 billion fund to ease access to the capital for investments. Despite these efforts, analysts argue that additional fiscal measures will be necessary to drive real economic growth. China's property market, in particular, remains a concern, with ongoing defaults and unsold inventories. While the new measures aim to restore confidence, economists believe that further support may be needed to ensure the country meets its growth goals. And today marks Guinea-Bissau's 51st Independence Day, a significant milestone reflecting the resilience of its people. The U.S. Secretary of State, Anthony J. Blinken, extended his heartfelt congratulations to the occasion, recognizing the determination of Bissau Guineans in their pursuit for peace and democracy. He noted that the United States values its partnership with Guinea-Bissau and looks forward to enhancing collaboration to promote economic prosperity and stability in the region. As Guinea-Bissau celebrates its independence, the U.S. reaffirms its commitment to support the country in its development journey. This day serves not only as a celebration of national pride, but also as a reminder of the challenges ahead. Continued efforts in governance, infrastructure, and economic growth are essential for fostering a thriving future for the Guinea-Bissauans. As they commemorate their independence, hopes remain for a high and more prosperous, peaceful country. That was the news update on SOUQ News Television. Many thanks for watching. I am Lavina Emma.
When Africa has been infiltrated by the much-dreaded monkeypox, and Nigeria has just survived from the claws of free spree killing cholera, the Lagos state has seen fit to provide a free medical outreach to residents. On August 12, 2024, in the heart of Lagos, the health of mothers and children were catered to by the Lagos state government under a free health program tagged Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health. The program organized by the Lagos Island local government had in attendance the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the Special Advisor to the State Government of Health Matters, Dr. Kemi Ogunyemi, the local government chairman, Muibi Alade Folawiyo, and the Senior Special Assistant to the Chairman of Lagos Island Local Government, Honorable Bola Oloniyi. The attendees had this to say.
So we've got family planning, we've got free antenatal, as most of you are aware, free antenatal for all our pregnant women up until when they have their children, whether by cesarean section or by normal delivery. One other thing is that we're also pushing our health insurance. We're trying to encourage our mothers and the general public at large to take up the Ilera Eco health insurance so that they can actually get access, which is very important, to quality care from our primary health care facilities before they are referred, if need be, to the secondary or tertiary.
I'm deeply happy, and you can see the people of this local government was happy. You can see how they troop out in numbers, and at the same time the women and the children are all here. You can see the kind of enthusiasm that people put in. It's a very good thing, and I believe that people sees good in what we are doing today, and by the grace of God, especially the area of vitamin A for the young ones.
The MNCAH program provided free medication, food and health care for the children and the mothers of Lagos Island community. Tests were conducted for HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, among others. The head of nurse at the Lagos Island local government, Oham Antonia, explained the importance of the care for mothers and their babies.
It's about nutrition, the kind of food to give to their children, even the kind of food pregnant women take when they are pregnant. And it must be what we have in the community, the food we can afford. So that is why we display all the foods that we have, especially what we can afford in our community.
Healthcare generally being expensive and difficult to come by for the average Nigerian was provided for free. It was a statement that Nigeria has the ability and the backing to provide for its citizens and its future. The event, hosted by Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, who later arrived at the event. However, the healthcare of mothers and children wasn't the only consideration, as men were present for x-rays and healthcare products on ground. Chike H. Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is Dijide Taiwo, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues, and just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeat entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip-hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember how Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the extent of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right? The American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board, and the news that we heard was Idris done the 50 Cent, and it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like we were 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatnot. So the security kind of probably, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stop.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew. And I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Perignon, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time.
Right.
Then an artist was going to be paid that much. And it was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. But they credited my account.
Right.
Just normal Nigerian style, believing that, okay, he will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony 1 Week, that the show, everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, what are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that. I was like, excuse me, who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent, so why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing. I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, woo. So he said, no, leave him alone. Don't go there. They knew exactly what they were doing.
So you already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos
show? It happened at the Lagos show, at TBS, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment. So I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, with his crew and all that, and they went on stage and performed, and it sprayed 100 Naira notes, new 100 Naira notes, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. Funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, yeah, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat. And I was like, excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. Get to know you and learn how the American market works. And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers and they were like, they don't know. So he came back and said, we just spoke with the organizer and they said they don't fucking know who you are. Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, took it as if he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, Soso, Malo, everybody, to come and, And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
everybody was close.
While they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do. Waiting being problem, sir. It's what they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show.
Right.
So the slave mentality is still, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T, if you remember DJ T, was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me.
DJ T has
he has the footage. So he kept it. And immediately that happened, I just went to the door and jammed the door, and the pilot was like, oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I was like, yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been in America and do the same to you.
Right.
I know what would have happened. You know what I mean? And it was like, they never told us there were artists in the plane. They told us there were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the organizers told 50 Cent and his crew that
there was no artists.
Are not artists.
Yes, that there were workers who basically just wanted to follow the...
Right.
It's like, they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down and the Nigerian Bureau's organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu. He walked up to me and was like, Idris, we're sorry, it was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to. I was like, no, man, I'm not doing that.
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted
Because from the beginning, they knew exactly what they were doing. And for me, that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life. And I had to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content, we're just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you're in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause. Right. For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no, rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish it was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with Lacrim and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga, but funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. It's the problem of Nigeria. It's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed it to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. Impoverished Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. They say you don't talk where you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be the... I mean, there's a song that you mentioned that Two-Face at the time did a song that said he wanted to be like Obasanjo. But me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the OOD?
I mean, I'm sure that he was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had?
Most definitely.
It's not a problem for you?
Oh no, most definitely. Because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Not today. That he had AIDS when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about it?
Please, guy. Watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth. Just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go that they play Nigeria Jaga Jaga that you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away? Like, nah, Idris on too much. Or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJ T recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me.
Do you know that for a fact? Or
are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact.
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. DJ T. Ask now. DJ T will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we did for Nigeria. Where we don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period,
That's
you
right.
Count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries, and you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know, so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow.
Right.
So my advice for individuals, never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. Invest in everything that you all do. Unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents. See your mouth, them just say I anyhow. Them say I don't go exile. Mr. President catch you, he go flog you. For your information, they met Mr. President 101 inside SOUQ. Them say I don't go make them again. Them say I ain't got no game. And this music I'm back again. Take a head, D1. Them say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. Them say they no give me show. They will see how rude boy won't survive. They travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met you the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home like I'm wicked and inside. But my friends will love me. I thank you well. Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time.
Right.
If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls.
About.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jason said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth, that has given you everything? Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across to it?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Patutomi, Dora Akinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy, we love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK, live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
For the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdul Karim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one brings you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt. And we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Akinyuli was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow. People are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Odegbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meters collected the torch and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment.
You got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when he got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
He's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried, I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, touch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower. Then I did my ablution and I did my salats. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way. Tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day. And after 7 days, we got back to Lagos. I slept. And the word was Nigeria, Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately, pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. And I look at everything scatter. Poor man, they suffer. Bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso. I called Chris Okoro. And we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. For 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and gave me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much. May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe. I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema. I appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends. that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was, right? At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've done quite some stuff, and I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. In just a brief words, how, now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, Idris, come and stay with me. Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, you're called.
People say that they hear from God,
it's for real.
like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when he said it's time, and he tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995.
Okay.
Looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard of Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Yes. Hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. So I was still in military school then, Army Day, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, perform before. So one day, my agricultural teacher was like, there's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house. So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, alongside with, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumoso. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music.
Oh, wow.
I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity, an avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. To speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. She sells pepper soup. So they come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, How did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like, this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at the side of my tummy. So I It was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd that I managed to perform. I went back home, I told my wife, went to the hospital, and said to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, you know. So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, what's it called? We need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and they said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis, you know. Told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it, you know? I was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboye at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboye, went to see Dr. Bamboye. A man is an angel, man. You know, so went to see Dr. Bamboye, and Dr. Bamboye was like, hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. You know, we appreciate people. You're not just
a regular patient.
Regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there. So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, okay, so Idris, here is the point. Your kidney has failed.
As it is now.
Now, you're on stage 4. So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby. And I was like, so how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, you know, it was like, no, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that.
Yeah.
He says, so what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends. Then right there, my wife was like, can I donate for him? We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, can I donate for him? And doctor was like, yes, if you are compatible. And she was like, how do I know that I'm compatible? Said, you have to go through a couple of tests. Said, can I start now? Doctor was like, yes. So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. You know, this was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, you know. So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bambowe told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. And I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, Abdul, how are you? I'm fine. You know, say, so Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. You know, I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. You know, just relax yourself, okay? I say, yes, doc, thank you very much. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, you know, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone.
I had no clue.
And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
that woke me up.
Mm.
So much pain. And I was like, I want water. I want to drink water. And the Indian woman was like, Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, where's my wife? You know, where's my wife? Like, don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, you know. So I started praying and the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, you know, because they've done her since.
Yeah.
So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me, I cry, I shout, you know. I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, you know. And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days, you know. Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, you know. So came to check us for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Got back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain,
Oh, wow.
and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? So yes. I was like, oh God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
Right.
and my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man?
That's a good
It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go.
That's a
If
good
you are a bad man, no woman would want to give you a kidney.
That's a good
And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much.
Right.
So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve the Slate Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, you know, I feel like we need more information if we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here and we.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. Appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. Appreciate my wife and my children. Appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, Appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, Appreciate my brother Imoni, That's when you know who are your friends, that came out to show you love and support you, you know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow, by Dr. Bamboyi.
People who come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kano. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kano. And he went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus that was bringing tomato and pepper and came
so
to...
you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. Tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning. The hold up is piling up. And I walk through any car that is an Honda car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road,
oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So The wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu, nan muka fara, Kano ta kare, ko da mai ka zo an fika, na je kura, da ciromawa, na ibawa, har nasarawa, mun shiga city, jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo, a kwana a tashi, na gan duniya, na iso na gaida gida ne, Kano City. So the guy, they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing. They're like, hey, that Kano ne? Na ce, eh, what's your name? Idris. I like you. Yeah, let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, when I made it, I still keep those contacts.
We could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you, Taiwo.
Lagos came alive with a dazzling fusion of music and fashion as the all-white group made its triumphant return for its 8th edition. Fashion designer A.O. Afrique chose the iconic Freedom Park for the event with the theme Groove Meets Fashion. People flocked to the park from outside the country and different walks of life, adorned in pristine white ensembles, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle.
Person from Ghana na Ghanaian abi, person from Togo na Togolese abi, person from Zambia na wetin, person from Mali ko Malians ko Naira Mali ni, person from Holland na wetin, Hollandia you got.
It was a radiant spectacle that transformed Freedom Park into a vibrant atmosphere of music, style, and culture. The event delivered an unforgettable experience for attendees. The display of lights and visuals created a magical ambience that complemented the music and fashion perfectly. Attendees showcased their unique interpretations of the all-white dress code with a touch of Ashoke, Ankara fabrics, and more. From minimalist chic to bold avant-garde, the fashion statements were as diverse as the crowd itself.
Negative ones, pictures and the likes. I don't believe in the whole fashion being an African mentality. Is that apart from the fact that African is taken, has taken over the world in entertainment, I believe that it's going to rule the fashion industry world global wide.
Beyond the music and fashion, the event also showcased A.O. Afrique's latest designs, a blend of Ashoke with a mixture of trendy Gen Z style and a variety of local brands. Pop-up shops and stalls offered attendees the opportunity to discover and purchase unique pieces in tie-and-dye and batik and Ankara fabrics.
One of the things I try to do for him, and he knows that, I'll buy his design and give it to people in the US to wear. And we don't cherish what we have. You go to a church, you go to a mall, and you are dressed up, and they come to you and say, look, where did you get this? That's how we've been marketing it. And it's really a good success for him. And I know the story is this.
Oh, I've been waiting for ya. I've been wanting, I've been praying for ya. Hey, where will you find me, my love? Don't be scared, baby, because I'm loyal.
night has been a pleasant one. What has been the high point for you, and why? What do you think this night has been able to achieve that perhaps other editions of the all-white group did not attend to?
To me, every moment is high. Every moment is a high point. You don't enjoy an event in 5 minutes. You see it or two, and then you can now finish. So I walk in, the music is good. I walk in, the models are good. That's fine. I will just say that the next edition, maybe we'll have more models. Maybe we'll have more. When we have some other designers come join in, so the runway will not be these old designs alone. We'll have other designers come. Maybe we'll have something that we can bring in some international press to see what's good. So I think it will. Knowing Ago is a crazy guy. Knowing him, I know he's going to sit down. He's going to call me like tomorrow and next and say, so, yeah, start writing. What do you think? And how do we do it? So next year, I hope to see a bigger, better, bigger movie. So to me, it keeps getting better every year. So that's what I say.
Tonight it's all about AO Afrique's designs, even as celebrate African fashion, African music.
6 or 7 years into all-white group, we added fashion into it, where we showcase through runway at every event. So this gives us courage because our designs are unique. It gives us courage, gives us inspiration and motivation to do this year in, year out. And it has helped the brand, and it has, changed the lifestyle of so many people. And I am happy to see that our designs are appreciated, welcome, and then turn into a dressing style of so many people. Just like worshiping. I thank you, everybody. I thank you, our fans, for believing in us, for keying into the little things we do, and also for helping us grow. Thank you very much.
As the event drew to a close, Star Kids, one of the up and rising dance groups comprising children and teenagers, gave an energetic dance performance, with the crowd dancing to their favorite tunes. This created a sense of unity, and it was truly inspiring.
I'm coming here for the very first time, and I'm wowed by what I saw here today. And for those who are unable to make it, they missed greatly. And everybody the words of Donald Trump, they missed greatly.
That's a good one. The all-white groove was once again proved to be more than just a party. It was a cultural phenomenon that brought together people from all walks of life to celebrate music, fashion, and the vibrant spirit of Lagos. Lavina Emma, reporting for SOUQ News Television.
1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Obalende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver, because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear in WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things, and the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So if I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. And so I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, you were not paying attention. So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have felt. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, so you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Pied Piper of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background. that solid background on the rock, as it were. So by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of the professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still not seeing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but to make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa, about 21 stations. And now it's still, you know, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, you're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anike Agbadilun was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Roboman, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Ifode or Mike Enahoro. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Ndagoba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radidididu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is raining everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have a call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First SOUQ. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station from, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there, still alive, let us ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's not call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first SOUQ, we were still recovering, just battling in the glory of first SOUQ. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first SOUQ, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his own team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. What do you think went wrong? Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people. Wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are we going to have another first SOUQ? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a first SOUQ in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in the BNC, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, theatre stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things. Things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wale Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I'll be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board, but I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station. Or somebody can throw you in, or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. Well, I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of SOUQ. I'm sure he has a record of what the question he's asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of SOUQ. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you, because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now, because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas. Maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the forefront of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into Corda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But that's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, is able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, because I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyniko Yekon graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Etiosa, whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because, no. I don't want, I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the hospital, then he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny to humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We are not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we are doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they will be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs, to speak Echekere well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand in my upbringing, was an Echekere man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books And he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition, My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, you know, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chicory pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, you know, to prepare. You know, there was a time when chicory food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So like people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
You are unable to understand why the Imo woman, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. What is, you are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans are trooping to China to study TCM. They are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of SOUQ News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos.
You can just cross it. You can just cross one way. Yes, I sign it to go.
At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, SOUQ News Television and the IL 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that thing. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry dates. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, the vice president of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of Pulse television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers are living, who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live in a decent and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision in the next 4 years as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of SOUQ News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orouje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
In the realm of human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede.
Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Aigemokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Aigemokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry.
So one of the things that lawyers and law students will have you know is that the knowledge that they acquire from studying law makes them able to operate in various disciplines. You know, personally, I think it takes a lot of guts to study extensively as law students do. And that's not to say that people of other disciplines don't do the same thing as well. But law is time consuming. There are facts that cannot be changed. So you have to study what was written many years ago. So it takes a certain kind of discipline to go to school to study law and then be called to the Nigerian bar or any other bar, as a matter of fact. So I think that discipline carries on when they now venture into other projects in their lives. And it's not just Mr. Ike that has done this switch from law to banking. The late Otumba Shubumi Balogun himself was a lawyer and now made a move into merchant banking. So clearly there has to be something that bankers need from the legal side. I mean, if you are dealing with money and financial, there has to be legal regulations that go into it. So I think having a great knowledge of the law, which will have studied financial, policies and instruments and all whatnot, gives you a slight edge if you now want to move into the money market, which is what I think has happened for Mr. I thus far.
I think as a young man who was working in a finance company, with my boss then, I've had contact with him at Guarantee Trust Bank, where he started his career from. I've met him one or two occasions at that level when he was a senior manager, where we were looking for treasury instruments and forward placement far back. But then his background is law, and he has used the instrument of law to advance his practice in the banking sector. But in my view, what is more remarkable in his journey to success, and having made success of banking, particularly with the acquisition of former Intercontinental Bank, which is now Access Holding, and with some other business that is involved, Coronation Group of Company, comes to me as a very shrewd businessman, somebody that is professional in outlook, the way he has operated within that sector of the Nigerian economy. But in my view, I think his public advocacy in terms of public sector reform is more remarkable to me as a Nigerian that is committed to seeing reforms work in the public sector. So he has an initiative that he has run with one of the schools of government at the Oxford University in the UK that find a way to support young people, and they find a way to develop those young minds.
Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian SOUQ Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability.
In every generation, there are outliers. There are people that are almost supernaturally inclined to do certain things, and that's not to remove the place of hard work. Now, if you look at how children today go to school, we tend to finish school early, like 19 and 20, right? So in an era that the average graduating age was, say, 22 and 23, and you have a guy that has graduated at 18 and 19, he naturally has a head start, you know, among his peers that will have gone to secondary school. But beyond that, genius, you know, it's not as important as hard work. You know, if you're a genius, yes, you might have that gift, but if you don't work hard at it, it's not going to drive you anywhere. For somebody to be this successful, it can't just be happenstance. It can't just be a gift. Yes, you might have the natural gift for learning quickly, for being brilliant, but if you do not study and apply yourself, there's no way that genius can shine through, which is what I think is the case, you know, with Ike at this point. So him having that head start played a role, but him also being aware of his brilliance and applying it appropriately plays a major role in some of his moves that you've seen. I'm sure there are other people that are graduated at that same age, 18, 19. In some cases, you might find 17, but how far have they gone in creating legacies such as this? How far have they gone in working on institutions that is going to outlive all of them? So those are some of the things that I think stand Ike apart, and the proof is in the work that is done thus far.
Hard work, they say, pays. Ike Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria.
He also had done some great work beyond advocacy in terms of actual initiative, particularly in the health sector, health service delivery across Africa. To me, is corporate social responsibility beyond just giving handouts to immediate community, in my view, is one of the greatest testimony that we can say of Imokwede in recent times. So it's somebody to be reckoned with. For me, what is unique and what is outstanding, which you can describe as one of the best Nigerian men of this generation that have impacted their immediate community, that have impacted Nigeria as a whole, and that they are impacting Africa, particularly in the reform which is undertaken in the public service in Nigeria. That initiative has done a lot of service delivery in the public sector.
He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Even though he's not in the academics, I see some element of scholarship in him, in the way he drives his foundation in particular. And I've spoken to some of those aspects of Aige Mokwede. I think for people to see how they can impact society based on evidence-based research that they believe in, and that if we go into a certain sector, have them make good of their professional calling and investing in some other sector. I do know for sure that they have a registrar department. I think they have insurance businesses, they have services businesses. just shows a man that is driven by an uncommon knack for entrepreneurship and enterprise development. And I think it's one of the iconic Nigerian of this generation that will continue to impart in terms of mentoring, in terms of coaching, in terms of providing a leadership compass to the new generation. And to that, I salute his courage, I salute his resilience, and I salute his simplicity.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
A huge criticism of the Nigerian civil service is that civil servants are often disconnected from the nation building process. They just want to clock in, clock out. They have no vested interest beyond what the government pays them, per month. So if you are somebody that was restless as a young Ige was, you want to input some kind of change into it. Working as a civil servant ought to be a thing of pride, and it is. But for many countries, Nigeria being a prime example, the process of civil servants interfacing with their duties with government is often monotonous and boring and mundane. So if you were a smart person that had experienced it firsthand, as I suppose that Mr. Ige had seen it, it naturally falls on you to want to lend your brilliance to expediting the process of civil service. And it's incredible what he's been able to do, offering the services to the federal government, and also look at what he's doing with the art sector. It's not surprising because if his mom was curator of the National Museum, you can see how Ito has invested in art collections, not just for himself, but to give artists, an opening to display their talent, to show up their works, and ensure that the creative sector enjoys the same type of access and privilege that banking has come to enjoy thus far.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market, and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ig Imokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Thursday, 8th of August 2024, Sky Girl, Nigeria chapter, an initiative supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, premiered a teen-themed TV series, Journey to Bloom. According to Dr. Kweju Adenusi, sexual and reproductive health consultant on the project, the production is a blend of key elements essential for raising a balanced adult.
Journey to Bloom is actually a TV drama that one has been looking forward to seeing. I was privileged to go through the scripts as it relates to sexual and reproductive health, which is an aspect of health that we're trying to introduce through the SOUQ projects in Nigeria.
Tourism and fashion are more interconnected than many realize. For a country like Nigeria, with its rich history of textiles, fashion and culture, tourism presents an enormous opportunity to showcase and promote local arts while stimulating economic growth. Nigeria, a treasure trove of local textiles and traditional apparel, could leverage its relatively untapped tourism industry to market local destinations, attract tourists, and create a thriving ecosystem for fashion and textile exports. Tourism at its core is about experiencing the culture of a place. And what better way to express culture than through the local fashion? Nigeria's fashion industry, which is globally recognized textiles such as SOUQ, Adire and Ankara, have already started gaining international recognition. In today's news talk, I will be examining ways of fully harnessing the potential in Nigeria to merge these elements in a way that boosts both sectors. I am Bayo Olaoye. Fashion is often one of the most immediate ways for tourists to engage with the culture of the countries they visit. For example, in countries like Morocco and India, tourism and fashion are intertwined. Morocco's bustling souks are filled with traditional rugs, kaftan and jewelry, attracting millions of tourists who want to take a piece of the culture home. In 2019 alone, Morocco hosted over 12.93 million tourists, with a significant portion contributing to the fashion and craft sectors. Similarly, India's rich textile industry is a significant draw for tourists, where silk saris and handcrafted block-printed fabrics are sold globally. Nigeria's fashion scene, with designers such as Deola Sego and Lisa Folawiyo making waves internationally, presents an untapped reservoir of potential. Lagos Fashion Week, for example, attracts international buyers and fashion enthusiasts, showing that the local fashion industry already has global appeal. Nigeria can do more to blend this momentum with its tourism sector to promote local destinations as fashion hubs. Nigeria, with its vibrant cultural heritage, is in a unique position to follow in the footsteps of other nations that have successfully integrated fashion into their tourism strategies. The global success stories of Rwanda, Ghana and Kenya illustrate how cultural fashion tourism can drive not just international attention but also local economic empowerment. Nigeria already has cultural festivals like the Durbar Festival, the Osun Festival, the Eyo Festival and the Ojude-Oba festivals and others that attract local and international visitors. By integrating fashion showcases into these events, Nigeria can highlight the beauty of the traditional garments like SOUQ and Adire, while offering tourists a first-hand experience on how these fabrics are woven and dyed. This could be similar to Ghana's Chale Wote festival, which blends street art, music and fashion to engage thousands of tourists and drive local sales of crafts and garments. Nigeria could introduce fashion tourism tours, offering visitors curated experiences where they can visit textile markets, witness the craftsmanship of traditional weavers, and purchase unique handmade fashion items. A model for this can be found in Rwanda, where tourists are guided through cooperatives producing Umusambi silk, adding value to their travel experiences while promoting local business. African countries like South Africa have successfully used destination marketing to promote its cultural sectors, including fashion. Nigeria could market cities like Lagos, Abeokuta, Ibadan, Shagamu, Kano, Zaria, Sokoto as fashion capitals in their own right, celebrating local crafts and textiles through dedicated campaigns aimed at international visitors. Tourism's potential to boost Nigeria's fashion industries go beyond cultural appreciation. It will create jobs and drive export growth. The Nigerian fashion industry currently is worth an estimated $4.7 billion, still has untapped supply chain opportunities that can benefit from the integration of tourism. If Nigeria were to promote local textiles and fashion through tourism, it will create jobs in sectors such as textile production, garment design, and retail, helping to reduce unemployment and strengthen local economics. Countries like Ethiopia has shown that textile production can be both a job creator and an export booster. The SOUQ Tex initiative, which promotes sustainable, eco-friendly fashion, has led to increased global demand for Ethiopian garments. Nigeria could emulate this model by highlighting its sustainable practices such as the eco-conscious dyeing process used in Nigeria textile production and marketing them to an international audience. Countries that have successfully integrated tourism into fashion provide a clear blueprint for Nigeria. Kenya transformed its Maasai SOUQ cloth to an internationally recognized symbol of Kenya culture, drawing tourists who purchase Maasai-inspired fashion items that contribute directly to local economics. Peru has a thriving tourism industry around its traditional Andean textiles, with tourists visiting local villages to see firsthand how alpaca wool is woven into intricate patterns, creating jobs for thousands of women. These success stories show that fashion and tourism can coexist and flourish, creating cultural appreciation and economic growth. Nigeria's path to leveraging tourism to its fashion industry is clear. By integrating fashion into its tourism strategy, Nigeria can attract international tourists through cultural festivals, fashion weeks, and market tours, create thousands of jobs in textile, fashion, design, and retail, boost exports of locally made garments, attracting global market for authentic handmade fashion, and drive foreign exchange and strengthen local economics. Tourism can be a gateway to unlocking the potential of Nigeria's fashion industry, and in doing so, showcase the vibrant culture and creativity that defines the nation. With the right policies, Nigeria can transform its textiles, fashion, and apparel industries into globally recognized symbols of African innovation, while creating a sustainable future for its people. I am Bayo Olaoye.
To sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ News. This is the news on the hour. I am Temple Bar. First, the headlines. Out to the news in details. Reports just coming in states that the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Monetary Policy Committee, has decided to raise interest rates by 50 basis points to 27.25%. The governor of the CBN, who doubles as the chairman of the MPC, disclosed this at the end of the MPC meeting held in Abuja. The Apex Bank has also increased the cash reserve ratio of commercial banks by 500 basis points from 45% to 50%. The full details will be in our subsequent bulletin. The Federal Executive Council has approved significant economic policies and infrastructure programs to stimulate growth and development. A key decision includes endorsing a bill to suspend certain taxes on small businesses and vulnerable populations, providing relief by eliminating taxes like road haulage and market levies. The Federal Executive Council also approved the Economic Stabilization Bills, which aims to amend income tax laws, promote exports, reform the exchange rate, and unlock foreign exchange liquidity. Additionally, FEC allocated billions of naira for major road projects, including the rehabilitation of the Abuja-Kano roads and the construction of the Sokoto-Badagry superhighway. A disaster relief fund was also established to enhance Nigeria's disaster preparedness. 40 houses of judges set to be built in FCT and to reinforce national values. The Federal Executive Council has now approved the National Citizens Value Brigade for schools. Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima is set to address the 79th United Nations General Assembly, UNGA 79, in New York, alongside 193 other world leaders. The general debate themed Leaving No One Behind, Acting Together for the Advancement of Peace, Sustainable Development, and Human Dignity for Present and Future Generations kicks off today. It also will run through to the 28th day of September 2024. As Nigeria's representatives, led by Vice President Shettima, who will deliver the country's national statement and engage in high-level meetings, arrived in New York on Monday and was received by notable dignitaries, including the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Tugar, Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani. UNGA 79 speakers list comprises of 76 heads of state, 4 vice presidents, 2 crown princes, 42 heads of government, and 9 deputy prime ministers. Notably, 19 women speakers will participate, including 5 heads of state and 9 female ministers. This significant gathering aims to promote global cooperation and address pressing challenges. The Central Bank of Nigeria has disclosed that Nigeria's external reserves have surged to $37.31 billion, marking a 22-month high as of September 18, 2024. This increase reflects a significant recovery in the country's foreign currency position, bolstered by substantial foreign inflows. Data shows that reserves have grown by approximately $4.29 billion, or 12.99% since the beginning of the year, when they stood at $33.02 billion. Key factors contributing to this growth include the federal government's domestic dollar bonds that attracted foreign investments, remittances from Nigerians abroad, multilateral loans, and foreign portfolio investments. Notably, the CBN recorded a 57% increase in foreign exchange inflows over the past year, amounting to $8.86 billion in February 2024, compared to $5.66 billion in the same month the previous year. Despite this positive trend, the reserves have yet to stabilize the naira, which remains one of the world's worst performing currencies. In response to the devastating floods in Maiduguri and Jere local government areas, UNICEF has partnered with Borno State Government, Primary Healthcare Development Agency, and other stakeholders to launch critical health campaigns. The initiatives focus on oral cholera vaccination, measles vaccination, and vitamin A supplementation to prevent outbreak of waterborne diseases, according to UNICEF's Maiduguri Field Office Chief, Mrs. Christina Varadrama Maya Afirev, these measures are crucial for securing children's futures and promoting public health. The Borno State Commissioner of Health, Professor Maram Baba Ghana, confirmed 2 cholera cases in Maiduguri and emphasized the state's effort to enhance public health. The PHCD Executive Secretary, Professor Mohammed Alhaji, assured that the vaccines are safe and approved by relevant authorities, as he called on community leaders to mobilize residents to participate in the vaccination and dehydration efforts. Nigeria has been faced by many challenges, one of which is security, an unpalatable development that undermines growth and progress in any nation. Insecurity has significantly hampered investors' confidence in Nigeria and has also affected sectors such as agriculture, energy, manufacturing, and most importantly, the peace of the ordinary citizens of the country. This is why scholars and stakeholders at the just concluded King's College Old Boys Association's Founders Day highlighted challenges and proposed solutions to Nigeria becoming secured by 2030. Our correspondent, Ifoma Ugunze, brings you the report.
No country is safe or secure. And in 6 years' time, it may be very difficult. I am a realist where might is right for Nigeria to say that we are going to be safe and secure. 6 years is no utopia.
Indeed, there are many factors that contribute to a nation attaining total security. Such factors include food security, economic security, energy security, and the security of the territorial boundary of the nation. Nigeria as a nation has not been successful in attaining security at any of the level above. The issue of insecurity is one that is inflicting pain and hardship on the people while successfully crippling the economy. Speaking at the Founders Day event during the King's College Old Boys Association week-long event, retired Major General T.A. Gagariga highlighted strategies that can be used to quell insecurity, placing emphasis on border security.
But if we want to achieve a secure Nigeria by 2030, there are some little things we can do to establish, and that is in terms of border security, and that is what? Improve your border control measures, increase your border patrols, introduce surveillance and technology, introduce drones, and then introduce biometrics. These are some little things that we can do within that six-year timeline that we would achieve national security. Indeed, one aspect that causes this border insecurity is the ECOWAS Protocol on Free Movement, which allows everything from human beings to animals to cross.
General Gagariga posited that insecurity would have been a thing of the past if successive governments had consolidated on the strategies adopted by their predecessors. According to him, the amnesty program was a good initiative. Gagariga also stated that illicit weapons finding their ways into the country can be tracked.
As at the time when the amnesty program started, weapons were tracked. For if you can recall, the weapons were destroyed in Enugu after they were being retrieved from Port Harcourt, Benin, and Calabar. Those are the three collection centers for the department. So they were those were, and then for every weapon you brought, there was a particular incentive that was given to the person bringing the weapons. And then amongst the incentives was actually the capacity building, capability development program. That's what we do now in the Amnesty International framework.
In attendance at the event are the Emir of Kano, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, former Minister of Finance, Munsa Mukhtar, the Managing Director of Sahara Group, Tony Udeowie, among so many others. The President, KCOBA, Dr. Leki Oshuniyi, took all those present at the Founders Day event down memory lane about the college.
Translated, it means the king drove me here. Construction began almost immediately after on this ground, so that by September 1909, King's College was ready for its first set of students. And the first assembly was led by Mr. Lomax, who was conscripted from the survey department to come and lead the assembly because Mr. Dunlop, Mr. Charles Dunlop, was unable to make the trip. And another principal had to be employed. So Mr. Lomax led the first assembly on the 20th, Monday the 20th of September 1909. So Mr. Lomax left in January 2010 and was replaced by Mr. Hyde Johnson. I go through this history so that the present boys may know why we commemorate this date and hold it forever in their memories.
It has become more urgent for Nigeria
to find a way around insecurity for economic activities to thrive in the nation. Ifoma Ugunze, reporting for SOUQ News.
Thank you very much, Ifoma. Now to news from around Africa. Glad to know you're still tuned in to the news on the hour. The World Health Organization has announced a significant commitment of $1.5 billion to establish a primary health financing platform in collaboration with multilateral development banks. This initiative aims to enhance healthcare access and quality healthcare across various nations, with the first investment plans set to roll out in 15 countries, including Burundi, Ethiopia, Jordan, and the Maldives. The funding will focus on bolstering primary healthcare systems, ensuring that underserved populations receive necessary medical services. By aligning financial resources with strategic health priorities, the WHO seeks to improve health outcomes and strengthen the resilience of healthcare infrastructures. This announcement comes at a time when global health systems are under pressure, exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and other emerging health challenges. In a significant move to enhance Somalia's security, the UK government has announced a pledge of £5 million, £5 million, I beg your pardon, to the Somali National Army through the UN Support Office in Somalia. This financial aid aims to provide essential non-lethal support, including food rations and communications equipment, bolstering the operational capabilities of Somali security forces as they prepare to take on greater responsibilities for national security. Somalia's Defense Minister Abdulkadir Mohamed Nur highlighted the importance of this assistance, stating it is crucial for developing the nation's security infrastructure. Since 2022, the UK has contributed over £28 million to UNSOS, reinforcing its commitment to supporting Somalia and ongoing security challenges. This announcement comes at a time for Somalia, particularly in light of strained relations with Ethiopia over a recent sea access deal involving the breakaway region of Somaliland. While the UK provides support, Turkey is mediating between the two nations in an attempt to alleviate rising tensions in the Horn of Africa. We'll now move our attention to news from the foreign scene. The U.S. Federal Trade Commission is poised to approve Chevron's $53 billion acquisition of Hess, a major U.S. oil producer, as early as this week. The significant merger announced last October will consolidate the U.S. oil and gas industry. Chevron's all-stock acquisition will grant access to Hess's valuable Guyana assets, part of a lucrative oil province with over 11.6 billion barrels of recoverable oil and gas discoveries since 2015. The combined entity will bolster Chevron's presence in the region, while ExxonMobil and CNOOC Limited, partners in the Guyana joint venture, have raised concerns about the deal, citing a right of first refusal. An arbitration panel is scheduled to review the case in May 2025. Despite these, Chevron and Hess anticipate a decision by the August of 2025. The approval of this merger follows other significant deals in the industry, including Exxon's $60 billion purchase of Pioneer Natural Resources and Occidental Petroleum's acquisition of Crown Rock. The consolidation is expected to reshape the U.S. oil and gas landscape, driving growth and efficiency. JP Morgan, the largest U.S. bank, is optimistic about Asia's growth prospects, particularly in India, Japan, and Southeast Asia. Stuart Leonard, JP Morgan's Asia-Pacific CEO, highlighted India's broad-based growth, driven by investments in technology, banking, and manufacturing. The bank expects its commercial banking business in India to grow by 30% over the next few years. In Japan, positive interest rates have renewed clients' interest, presenting opportunities for corporate activity and growth. JP Morgan's China business is growing significantly, driven by domestic and international clients. The bank is also keen to invest in South Asia with its combined 3 trillion economy spanning across 5 to 6 countries. The International Energy Agency has announced that tripling global renewable energy capacity by 2030 and reducing fossil fuel use is achievable, but will require significant effort to overcome obstacles like permitting and grid connections. This goal was pledged by almost 200 countries at the COP28 Climate Summit in Dubai last year, along with reaching net zero emissions from the energy sector by 2050. The IEA believes that favorable economics, manufacturing potential, and strong policies make this goal attainable. However, more renewable capacity alone won't suffice. Countries must also invest in building and modernizing 25 million kilometers of electricity grids and 1,500 gigawatts of energy storage capacity by 2030. To make this vision a reality, countries must prioritize energy efficiency and embed renewable energy goals in their national plans to meet the Paris Climate Agreement objectives. Doubling energy efficiency measures will require governments to make efficiency a policy priority. The payoff is substantial. Tripling renewable energy capacity and doubling energy efficiency could reduce global greenhouse gas emissions by 10 billion metric tons by 2030. The IEA's report comes as leaders gather at New York Climate Week to drive action against climate change. China has unveiled a broad set of stimulus measures to boost the economy, stabilize the housing sector, and strengthen market confidence. The People's Bank of China announced a 50 basis point reduction in the reserve requirement ratio, releasing approximately 1 trillion yuan for new lending, with the potential for further cuts later in the year. Additionally, the central bank will lower the 7-day reverse repo rate and guide reductions in the medium-term lending facility, loan prime rates, and deposit rates, the aim to enhance liquidity without significantly impacting banks' margins. A cut to mortgage rates by 0.5% points is also expected to ease financial pressure on about 50 million households. China is taking steps to support the real estate market by lowering the down payment ratio for second home buyers and offering increased financial assistance for affordable housing. To further strengthen capital market, China's securities regulator will issue new guidance for medium and long-term funds, promote mergers and acquisitions, and expand stock purchases through central hedging investment. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and top UN officials recently met with heads of Multilateral Development Bank Group to enhance support for countries in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. The high-level dialogue, attended by major MDB leaders, focused on strengthening collaboration, reforms within the MDB systems, and mobilizing resources for sustainable investments. The discussions also highlighted the upcoming 4th International Conference on Financing for Development and efforts to leverage special drawing rights to increase financing for the SDGs. The meeting underscored a strong commitment to accelerating progress towards the SDGs through collaborative efforts between the UN and MDB systems. U.S. Deputy Treasury Secretary Wale Adeyemo is urging Israel to extend its banking relationships with Palestinian banks for at least a year to prevent an economic crisis in the West Bank. This move would help stabilize the Palestinian Authority, which is essential for Israel's national security. The current banking correspondence act authorization is set to expire on the 31st of October, posing risks to nearly $10 billion in export and import transactions. Adeyemo emphasized that severing ties would push Palestinian financial transactions into the shadows, harming both Israel and regional security. The World Bank warns that the Palestinian territories are already nearing economic freefall, with Gaza's GDP declining 86% in the first quarter of 2024. The Palestinian Authority faces a significant financing gap of $1.86 billion in 2024, heightening the risk of systemic failure. And now to sports. Nigeria international striker Victor Osimhen is rumored to be considering a return to the Italian Serie A, with talks of a potential move to Juventus as early as January 2025. Italian sports journalist Paolo Paganini raised the possibility during a broadcast, citing strong chances of Juventus moving for Osimhen, potentially reuniting him with Cristiano Guttoli, who initially brought him to Napoli. Paganini emphasized the unique attacking situation at Juventus, suggesting that Osimhen could be a viable solution for the club. He noted that there are alternative targets for Juve's attack, including Canadian striker Jonathan David from Lille, whose contract expires in 2025. Recall that Osimhen recently made a surprising loan move to Galatasaray after facing challenges in securing a move to the English Premier League. English Premier League giants Liverpool, Tottenham Hotspur and Newcastle United are reportedly in pursuit of Nigerian national team player and Atlanta forward Ademola Lookman for a potential summer transfer. According to the reports, scouts from the three EPL clubs were present during Atlanta's recent UEFA Champions League match against Arsenal to access Nigeria's international. Lookman, who has been in stellar form since joining Atlanta from RB Leipzig in 2022, has scored 33 goals and provided 19 assists in 81 competitive appearances. His performance, particularly a hat-trick in the UEFA Europa League final last season, has drawn attention from several top clubs, including Liverpool and Manchester City. At 26 years old, Lookman's prime years are still ahead of him, making him a key target for elite European clubs. Still in sports, Nigeria's women's rugby team, the Green Falcons, made history by qualifying for the 2025 Rugby League World Cup Series, becoming the first ever Middle East and African team to achieve this feat. The Green Falcons edged Kenya in a tightly contested two-legged qualifier held in Nairobi. Nigeria won the first match 22 points to 14, but Kenya responded with an 8-0 victory in the second match. With both teams tied on points and tries, Nigeria advanced on a technicality, having scored more goals than their opponent. This victory secures their place in the 2025 World Series, where they will compete for a spot in the 2026 Women's Rugby World Cup. Nigeria will face teams from the Americas, Asia, Pacific, and Europe in the World Series for a chance to join top nations like England, Australia, and New Zealand. This achievement highlights the growing prominence of African rugby on the global stage. Nigeria's under-19 women's cricket team, the Junior Yellow Greens, secured a thrilling one-wicket victory against Zimbabwe, booking their place in the semi-finals of the 2025 ICC Under-19 Women's World Cup qualifiers. In a nerve-wracking match, Nigeria limited Zimbabwe to 77 runs in 19.4 overs, thanks to standout bowling from Peace Hussein and Lilian Ude, who took 3 wickets each. Despite a cautious chase, Nigeria's batters struggled with key players Omosigo, Egwakun, and Peculiar Boya, contributing just 15 and 13 runs respectively. The match came down to the last ball where P. Susan scored the decisive run to give Nigeria 78 runs for 9 wickets, securing their spot at the top of Group B. With 2 wins in the tournament, Nigeria leads the group, followed by Zimbabwe and Tanzania. The junior Yellow Greens are now set to face Malawi in the final group match, aiming for a place in the 2025 Under-19 Women's Cricket World Cup in Malaysia. That's all on the news this hour on SOUQ News Television. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on our social media platform as shown on the screen. On behalf of the editorial crew, my name is Temple Bara. Good afternoon.
What makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. They may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement, inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
Lagos came alive with a dazzling fusion of music and fashion as the all-white group made its triumphant return for its 8th edition. Fashion designer A.O. Afrique chose the iconic Freedom Park for the event with the theme Groove Meets Fashion. People flocked to the park from outside the country and different walks of life, adorned in pristine white ensembles, creating a breathtaking visual spectacle.
Person from Ghana na Ghanaian abi, person from Togo na Togolese abi, person from Zambia na wetin, person from Mali ko Malian score, Naira Mali ni. I am person from Holland na wetin, Hollandia you got.
It was a radiant spectacle that transformed Freedom Park into a vibrant atmosphere of music, style, and culture. The event delivered an unforgettable experience for attendees. The display of lights and visuals created a magical ambience that complemented the music and fashion perfectly. Attendees showcased their unique interpretations of the all-white dress code with a touch of Ashoke, Ankara fabrics, and more. From minimalist chic to bold avant-garde, the fashion statements were as diverse as the crowd itself.
Pictures and the vibes. The whole fashion scene and the African attire is that, apart from the fact that African has taken over the world in entertainment, I believe that it's going to rule the fashion industry global-wide.
Beyond the music and fashion, the event also showcased AO Afrique's latest designs, a blend of SOUQ with a mixture of trendy Gen Z style and a variety of local brands. Pop-up shops and stalls offered attendees the opportunity to discover and purchase unique pieces in tie and dye and batik and Ankara fabrics.
One of the things I tried to do for him, and he knows that, I'll buy his design and give it to people in the US to wear. And we don't cherish what we have. You go to a church, you go to a mall, and you are dressed up, and they come to you and say, look, where did you get this? That's how we've been marketing it. And it's really a good success for him. And I know the story is this.
Oh, I've been waiting for ya. I've been wanting, I've been praying for ya. Hey, where will you find me, my love? Don't be scared, baby, because I'm loyal. See, where will you come? Find me, baby, I'm not lost. I don't want to wait for long. I know they get waiting rumors later. I can show you, if you want to know, baby, you're lost. I don't want to wait for long. I know they get waiting rumors later.
Oh, so good. This night has been a pleasant one. What has been the high point for you, and why? What do you think this night has been able to achieve that perhaps other editions of the all-white group did not attend to?
To me, every moment is high. Every moment is a high point. You don't enjoy an event in 5 minutes. You see it or two, and then you can now finish. So I walked in, the beginning is good. I walked in, the models are good. That's fine. I will just say that the next edition, maybe we'll have more models. Maybe we'll have when we have some other designers come join in. So the runway will not be his own designs alone. We'll have other designers come. Maybe we'll have something that we can bring in some international press to see what's new. So I think it will. Knowing Ago is a crazy guy. Knowing him, I know he's going to sit down. He's going to call me like tomorrow and next and say, so yeah, start writing. What do you think? And how do we do it? So next year, I hope to see a bigger, better, bigger TV. So it to me, it keeps getting better every year. So that's what I say.
Tonight it's all about AO Afrique's designs, even as celebrate African fashion, African music.
6 or 7 years into all-white group, we added fashion into it, where we showcase through runway at every event. So this gives us courage because our designs are unique. It gives us courage, it gives us inspiration and motivation to do this year in, year out. And it has helped the brand, and it has, changed the lifestyle of so many people. And I am happy to see that our designs are appreciated, welcome, and then turn into a dressing style of so many people. Just like worshiping. I thank you, everybody. I thank you, our fans, for believing in us, for keying into the little things we do, and also for helping us grow. Thank you very much.
As the event drew to a close, SOUQ Kids, one of the up and rising dance groups comprising children and teenagers, gave an energetic dance performance, with the crowd dancing to their favorite tunes. This created a sense of unity, and it was truly inspiring.
I'm coming here for the very first time, and I'm wowed by what I saw here today. And for those who are unable to make it, they missed greatly. And let me follow the words of Donald Trump, they missed greatly.
That's a good one. The all-white group was once again proved to be more than just a party. It was a cultural phenomenon that brought together people from all walks of life to celebrate music, fashion, and the vibrant spirit of Lagos. Lavina Emma, reporting for SOUQ News Television.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation. SOUQ Pulse brings you the story, shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the story, shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. It's always a delight. Once this time of the day draws close and the time hits 4, for those in Nigeria and West Africa, this is the time where we'll talk. I will tell you the same thing. We don't have that extra baggage to keep quiet. And whatever it is, wherever it's coming from, whoever is involved, the businesses, the banks, the losses, the gains, the conflict, the agreements, the disagreements, those signing, we talk. Because when we keep quiet, that is when there is trouble. But as long as we talk, then solutions are not far. And on SOUQ Pulse, we talk. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and I'm glad to be here live on SOUQ News. We are all about positivities. So come, sit, settle, and detox. Today on SOUQ Pulse, we will be going to Asia. You heard me right. And we'll ask some good questions. We will talk about some things that is happening. Positive, yes. Not too positive yet. But we'll talk. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, I will introduce our topic and also our guest, who happens to be an expert in this particular field. Your Excellencies, don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insights that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your inside track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the MSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we're live on SOUQ News, where we tell you all things are possible to them that believe. Now, where are we heading to? We are going to loans, and to be specific, we're looking at Chinese loans, and we're asking ourselves, how can Africa avoid every one of the pitfalls we've had with the Bretton Woods institutions with these Chinese loans? That's where we are heading to. If we want to say we are going to make progress, we are going to get productive, yes, we will need money to develop. We need money to build. We need money into infrastructure. But are these monies going to where they are intended? Is it going to be devoid of any trap? Is it going to be payable? Is it going to be profitable, both to lender and we that are using it? Now, let's get to that particular place where we get to talk, because this is another institution. This is another nation. And we don't want a repeat of what has happened to Africa over time with IMF, with World Bank, and some other Western nation banks and international money-giving organizations. We are indebted to the neck. Now China is here. Let's talk. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to join us on this particular discussion today is the Executive Director of African China Center for Policy and Advisory. Join me as I welcome to SOUQ Pulse for the first time, Mr. Paul Frimpong. You're welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And giving us this time. Now, let's get straight into this discussion. Now, China has been the highest lender of late to developing African nations. There is no gainsaying about that. Now, the Belt and Road Initiative started by President Xi Jinping has also provided loans for infrastructural projects right from 2013 when that project came upstream to 2023. Over $700 billion has been signed, both for deals that are ongoing and those that will start and those that are yet to start. And this statistic is coming from the Ministry of Commerce in Beijing. Africa will smile with these figures. Looking at the infrastructure, some built, some not built, some completed, some yet to start. Africa will also smile. But now let's start this way. This humongous amount of money is not free. It's a loan. Is it burdensome on Africa?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to join you to have this very important conversation. In recent times, if you're tracking the development stories around in and around Africa, you come across the issue about debts and debt sustainability. These are terms that are used to measure the economic development journey of countries or regions. These are terms that are accepted, globally when we say debt sustainability. And it's there for a purpose. The reason is that countries around the world are at different stages of development. And it's also understood that no one country can develop without a combination of debts and, of course, its own assets, as we call it, internally generated funds, as well as getting funds from outside through raising of debt. It is an established norm that you may have to fall on debt-related instrument to be able to raise the kind of financing that you need to develop your economy. And so, as we speak today, the most indebted country in the world is also the number one country economy in the world, which is the United States of America, which is over 30-something trillion of dollars. So it's the most indebted country in the world, yet is the number one economy in the world. So that's the conversation that we have when we talk about debt sustainability. Now, in the context of countries in Africa, debt sustainability, what we are saying is that for countries in these categories of developing countries category or late developing countries, there's a threshold. And this threshold is pegged against your gross domestic product, which is your GDP. So, for example, a country like Ghana, like Nigeria, and all countries in Africa, the threshold is that at every point in time, your debt level should not be 60% above your GDP. So that's the debt to GDP ratio, 60%. Okay, if you go above that, you are moved to the threshold.
Let me hold you on that. Let me hold you on that. Now, I like your analogy when you talked about the US being one of the highest debtors. Good, that's on paper. I also like your analogy where you say it's one of the highest grossing nation when it comes to productivity. Good, that's on paper. Now let's bring it back home to African countries. If we want to toe the line of the US, are we 10% as productive as they are to accumulate the amount of debt we are taking on ourselves?
So that is the conversation we are having now. Okay, so I was trying to bring it down, right? So in the context of Africa, we, as long as you're doing above 60% of your GDP, your debt level is above 60%, it's called unsustainability. And that is unfortunately where we find most countries in Africa. And in fact, my own country, Ghana, we are doing almost 90% of our GDP. Okay. Now, in the context of whether we have the capacity to pay or to be able to offset, some countries have been able to do, some countries have not. Example again, Ghana, we were not able to meet our debt obligations. That is why even now we are under IMF program, the IMF bailout, because we had to restructure the debt that we owe to domestic investors and also do external debt restructuring to external creditors. But again, we also need to understand that we also need to be allowed to interrogate the components of the debts that are accumulated by these countries individually. Because if we box everything together, we might miss the main point. And when we pick a country and want to analyze the debt levels of these countries, might have debts up to about 90% or 110%, and they might be in Africa. But if you can track the component of the debt that they owe, vis-a-vis even the maturity period of these loans, and also what these monies are used for, okay, you can appreciate the fact that maybe this country for about 3, 5, 7, 10 years maximum, they can move from the 110% or 90% of GDP to about 50 or 60% when these debts have matured in 10 years' time. Okay, so we have to allow ourselves to interrogate these country-specific cases in terms of the debt levels before we can understand whether indeed the countries have the capacity or not. Of course, in most countries, like in Ghana, like in Zambia, like in Ethiopia and all of that, it has shown that these countries did not have the capacity to meet the debt obligations when these debts are maturing. In these cases, that is why eventually they have to default. In fact, we defaulted on our debt obligation, paying of interest, or even paying of interest we defaulted, let alone paying of part of the principal. So then we have to restructure what we call a debt restructuring that we've gone through before we had to get IMF bailout.
And when the management, who happen to be my bosses, who happen to be your friends, told me that, hey, reach out to Mr. Paul Frimpong and you are in good hands. Indeed, I am really seeing that I am in good hands. Now, let's hit this while it's still very hot. Less than 2 weeks ago, African leaders went to China and they met with the president. Although a lot of countries, it was not that advertised, but we got to see that presidents of several African countries went to China. And they came back with news. More debt. At the rate we are going, before we start looking at individual countries, is this where we should start playing? Because if we have to aggregate as a continent and head to a particular place, which means somebody has strength over others, are we playing the game the way it should be played? Or we are still following empty belly business to deal with other people?
So for the perspective of China, I mean, and in the case of Africa, in terms of where we are as a continent and the kind of development assistance or support that we need, it's more of becoming a chicken and egg situation. The reason is that as we speak today in Africa, one of the key challenges that has been identified, of course, is about investing in critical infrastructure. As we speak today, 600 million people, which is almost half of the continent population, or even half of the continent population, do not have access to electricity. Almost 500 million people do not have access to clean drinking water. When you talk about railway development across the world, the global average is 23 kilometers per 1,000 square meter. In Africa, it's just only 2.3 kilometers per 1,000 square kilometer. Internet accessibility, investment in healthcare. Right? So on the onset, there's a huge gap. In fact, on paper, upon all the researches and all the recommendations that has come from our own institution, not from foreign institutions, from the regional bodies, like from the African development, even from our own Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we talk about building a common market, 1.4 billion market. The bottom line is that we need connectivity. Connectivity here talks about infrastructure investment. In fact, Agenda 2063 of the African Union, we have 7 aspirations. Aspiration number 2 talks about building world-class infrastructure crisscrossing across the continent. Indeed, we need between $130 billion to $170 billion each year for the next 10 years and above to invest in infrastructure if we want to move the continent to the next level, which is very key. So that is the gap we are talking about. So there's a huge gap.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you that we need that much to move the continent or the various countries to the next level. But now the same question is this: are we going to depend on other countries or depend on loans to get this done? What happened to Africa waking up and counting? What happened to Africa coming to the market and bringing goods to sell? What happened to Africa just not being the seller of raw product?
Yes.
Why are we always hand in mouth, cap in hand, heading outside Africa to go collect monies for this same thing we keep talking about, infrastructure, like the West or Asia owe us? Do they?
Yeah. So we also have to understand that, again, that is why in the first instance I didn't mention about the US example, China example, all of them, right? It's at every point in time and the level of capacity that you have and the kind of assistance that you need. In fact, that's why almost every country in Africa has investment promotion authorities, or them IPs, right? I'm sure Nigeria has investment promotion center trying to woo investors to come into Nigeria. We give you tax exemptions in days, we give you tax cap. It is a norm. I mean, the fact that you want to develop yourself, you want to have your own resources, it is the first thing, of course, that we call for. The country must build internal capacity to raise funding, at the regional level, at the continental level to do that. But that is never enough, right? So the strategy is how to find a balance, okay, between what you can generate internally and what development assistance can open to you, reasonably tapping into that based on your own capacity and ability to meet the obligations of these kind of assistance that are available. To be able to balance that together with your own internally generated funds, whether at the country level or regional level, at the ECOWAS or maybe at the continental level, to be able to meet the needs as we have it. So clearly it is shown that countries in Africa do not have the much capacity. We have capacity, but not to the level that we think, based on our own only resources that we have at home, we can build these billions of dollars of infrastructure that we have. We have what it takes to leverage on what we have to get what we want, which is what you mentioned. Of course, we have Africa is endowed with enough resources. The conversation has to then shift as to what we are putting on the table in taking on these resources, in taking on these kind of debt that we are taking on. In fact, one of the brilliant things that came up, even what China called the debt for infrastructure deals, that infrastructure resource for infrastructure deal that China proposed, and in fact some countries proposed and China adopted, which for me was revolutionary, because what is the cycle that we have? So for example, Ghana, we take gold in the raw form, we sell it, people take the gold. Of course, the gold itself is the majority of the gold that is mined in Ghana are mined by companies that are from outside. In fact, the largest mining companies in Africa, not even talking about Ghana, the largest mining companies in Africa are not African companies. They are foreign companies. Mining companies in Africa are foreign companies. They take the gold, refine it, and then there's the 1 to 10% that the government have. They bring it back, and then we have to go and look for contractors, mostly from outside, and then we pay them back with the money that we have. But if you are just exchanging your resources right from the onset for this infrastructure that we need, it's more like, of course, you're not going to get 100% of the value of the resources as we have, but that could be more than just the 5% royalties that you have in the gold that is taken from your country, and then you have to wait for that 5% to come back. You have the dollars, then you have to go and look for contractors to come and construct a road for you. But this one is a direct exchange. So for me, those are the innovative ways that we are promoting and also advocating for, that we can find a way. In fact, there are a lot of regional connectivity projects that are left hanging between countries that we believe countries can come together, mobilize resources together to embark on those things. Of course, in that stance, you can get some support from international assistance.
Before we get to those particular relationships within Africa, let's break this down a bit. Now, a country like Kenya is owing China well over $8 billion. Now, Kenya has also gone for loan restructure. They've also gone to ask for more. They've also, at a point in time, they couldn't even pay. As we speak, we are looking at not making the same mistake that we've made with the Bretton Woods organizations. But right now, are we not falling in the same pit holes that we've fallen before? What's the difference?
Well, so for me, I think when you talk about debts and of course China, there's a lot being said. There's a lot being written about the kind of relation that is existing between African countries and China when it comes to loans. And of course, one of them being about the issue about the debt trap. I think that's the question that you're asking, whether we're not being trapped the same way Bretton Woods institution, trapped most countries, in the past. There's something that I call borrower responsibility, and that is the thing that we try to advocate for. That countries that are taking on these loans have their own core responsibility in managing the sort of debt that they are taking on. When you track the debt conversation when it comes to Africa and China debt, in some ways, the conversation has been that most countries in Africa are in debt crisis because of China. The fact actually is the opposite, and it's not true. That countries are defaulting because you mentioned about Kenya. Kenya's, of all the total external debts of Kenya, China's own is just about 4% of it. Just 4% of Kenya's total external debt is owed to China. In the case of Ghana, it is around 6% of our total external debt. So when we were having issues about price of debt in recent time that we had to go to the IMF, the debt component that we owe to China out of our total external debt was just 6%. So the 94% of our total external debt is actually not about China, really. Of course, it is a known fact that China was the single largest, creditor to Ghana when it comes to that component. But in percentage-wise, it was just 6%. In the case of Kenya, it's around 4-5% of total external debt of Kenya. In the entire continent of Africa, China's total external debt, Africa's total external debt when it comes to China is around 12% of our total external debt as a continent. So for me, it's a working, tightrope that we need to work on. The fact is that we need this financing, but we have to be strategic as countries. We need to be innovative around it. The fact that monies are available to be tapped into doesn't mean that we should just open up our arms and just take on that which we don't even have the capacity to pay back. So for me, that is the conversation that we need to have when it comes to the debt situation in the countries in Africa and in China.
Thank you very much. Now, let's take this conversation a little bit further. Now, we get to see narrative coming from the West, and China gets the good bashing, be it from the EU, be it from the States, be it from every one of them across the Atlantic. China gets the good bashing when it comes to Africa. On the same hand, they are also investing and bringing up new initiative to counter the Road and Belt Initiative of China. US have the Global Infrastructure and Investment. What's it called? EU have the Global Gateway. Now, the question is coming this way. If Africa is the one that is being courted, if Africa is the one that the bride everybody wants to get married to, there is something they are all profiting, definitely. Why is Africa not using this to her own advantage?
Well, it's an ongoing development. I mean, you referenced the earlier event that was held in Beijing. In fact, it is the kind of event that, in fact, more African leaders or countries were present more than the UN General Assembly as it happens. So you have over 50 governments, heads of state, and leaders from 50 African countries in Beijing, the largest, more than they even attend UN General Assembly. Now, it is a known fact that the engagement, the continued engagement between Africa and China is actually something that has also continued to spark a lot of interest from other parts of the world, including, of course, the intensified interest now from the US in Africa. Now we have the US Africa Leaders Summit, the first one was held in, I think, 2008 or so, and then President Biden just held one in December 2022. Now we don't know when they're going to, there are a lot of other Africa Plus One Summit, as we put it, a lot of engagement, whether at a country level or regional level, Arab Africa Summit, the UK Africa Business Summit, the EU, and all of that, trying to engage more with the continent. For me, I think it's a brilliant set of an interest that we have to find a way to leverage on these interests to actually find our feet in the global stage. It is a known fact that China's continuous interest in Africa and this continent, of course, you mentioned about the global gateway to counter the BRI, which is a core part of what Africa is also aspiring to achieve, which is about building connectivity, putting real hard currency and infrastructure development, which is what the BRI is about. So if in the course of these new momentum, new interests being re-energized from the EU, from the US, from other Western allies, of course, that could be a good point where Africa can actually leverage on these for development. As to whether that is happening now, we will live to see, because we've not really seen any tangible commitment from these other initiatives, as we referenced earlier, on the global gateway or other from the US, in terms of even in December, the US government promised about $5 billion of investment to African countries. Now we live to see if that $5 billion will actually be available for African countries to leverage on to develop. So for me, it is a welcoming development that shows that we still are relevant, in shaping the global world. In fact, there's a lot of angles, economic interest, and of course, geopolitical interest as well. As we speak now, China is seeking to build a very strong relationship with countries in the global south. China wants to be the leading voice, leading, economy when it comes to countries in the global south. And guess what? Over 54 countries of those countries in the global south are in Africa, of course, except Eswatini, that do not have diplomatic relations with China. That is a whole 54 countries that can back China's initiatives around the world. In fact, China has introduced a lot of new initiatives, like the Global Civilization Initiative, Global Security Initiative, Global Development Initiative, and the Building a Global Community Shared Future. These are all initiatives led by China that requires that there has to be a backing of a huge bloc like in Africa. Of course, the same way from the US and other European allies that are also trying to match up with this level. It is up to us. And of course, they cannot. And let's take on the fact that none of these issues will put Africa's interest first about their interest. You have to understand that.
Okay, now you're saying this with your full chest, and I like that. None of them will put Africa's interest first. Like with your full chest, and I'll say it again, I like that. Now, we are going to go on a very short break. But before we hit that button, I want to ask you this particular question, and I want just a yes or a no answer. Then we'll go on this break. Now, cumulatively, Africa profile countries' debt profile is a bit scary. This was as of 2020. Angola was owing China 42 billion. As of 2020, Ethiopia 13.7. Nigeria 7.3. As of 2020. Now, this is 4 years later. I don't want to go into those figures. Now, let me ask you this particular question, why I don't want to go into those figures. So just answer me a yes or no. Should we be scared?
Yes, of course. I mean, debt has to be interrogated properly. Yes, we should be worried about these numbers, of course.
Now, with this, we'll go on a very short break. When we return, we will take this discussion a notch further. You that is collecting, what are you doing with the money? Don't go anywhere. SOUQ Pulse will be right back.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the hearts of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Must for the third time, we must make sure that we are heard. Talk to your leaders. Make sure that wherever we take these monies from, they are used judiciously and people are accountable for them. So, Mr. Paul, you're welcome back. Welcome back from the break. This is still SOUQ Pulse. Now we are taking this a bit further. We've talked about the loans. We've talked about some other issues. Now let's ask this directly. Chinese loans are majorly infrastructure loans. Loans from the Bretton Woods institutions were still majorly policy-driven loans. Which is better, the infrastructure loans or the policy-driven loans?
I mean, of course, that is why earlier on I did mention that when you talk about the debt-related issues, sometimes we need to be allowed to interrogate what those monies are used for. In the case of most countries in Africa, what we're calling for is the kind of loans that goes to invest in the critical infrastructure. As we speak now, China is the largest investor in Africa's infrastructure. In fact, when you combine the next 8 lenders together, when it comes to infrastructure investment in Africa, China investment is $8 billion more than the next 8 lenders combined. And here are the components of the next 8 lenders. You have the World Bank, you have the IFC, you have the KfW, you have the African Development Bank. All these development agencies and banks, when you combine their investment in Africa between 2007 and 2020, it is still short of $8 billion compared to what China has invested in African infrastructure. Again, as you already mentioned, China's investment in Africa goes into infrastructure. The loans that country take from Africa goes into. For the first time, we are seeing real critical infrastructures in Africa that are tangible, that you can see, you can feel, you can touch, and can point to the fact that the money that the country A, country B too, is used for building this infrastructure. And that is what we need. And infrastructure is a long-term investment. So a country, again, that's why I did mention that a country can take on the money that might push it the sustainability to about 100% of its GDP. But for 10 years later, based on the kind of project that the money has been invested in, that project can start offsetting the loan that it has taken from China or from any country to build that infrastructure. And by that time, the debt sustainability will come up. So when you're having a conversation today, and you say because the debt level is about 90%, 100%, therefore the country is going to be in crisis, then you are wrong because you didn't interrogate the component of that debt and what those monies were used for. So if we are seeing real tangible infrastructure for the first time in Africa, and that is why I always put it bluntly, yes, there are challenges in every relationship like we have with the West, same way with China, but there's a net positive gain when we look at infrastructure investment in Africa. And I'll tell you what, the history is very important.
Let me hold you on the positive gain. Let me hold you on the positive gain. But now let's look at it from this other side. Now in 2018, we are heading to Zambia These are some stories that when we talk about them, we shake our heads. Zambia government handed over the country's national electric company, ZESCO, to China, thanks to the fact that they could not pay their loan. They were unable to meet the loan repayment. Now, before that particular time, they also lost their broadcast company, ZNBC. And there was also this big rumors that they were going to lose the airport in Lusaka. At this point in time, are we safe?
So these are all stories that do not hold water when it comes to the debt conversation, when it comes to China in Africa. And these are parts of the earlier thing that I mentioned about the debt trap diplomacy as they talk about. And that is a narrative that says that China selects vulnerable countries around the world. You know, Sri Lanka, they mentioned Sri Lanka, of course, in most countries in Africa, that they believe do not have the capacity to pay money owed to them, and they keep giving to them to trap them. And then when they are unable to pay, then they take on their assets to manage for them. In fact, China has not taken any country's asset to manage in any country in the world. In fact, in most cases, they are able to restructure some of the loans that they own. For the first time, that you have a country that you own majority of the debt to, that has allowed you to structure debt with. Because when you talk about debt restructuring, the Bretton institutions, they are not at the levels of the kind of money that this country owes to China. We're talking about these are billions of dollars. In fact, at some point, China actually forgives some of the debts that are owed to some of these countries. Now, the issue about the debt trap that has fed into, that does not even allow us to have a candid conversation about the debt when it comes to China, or the loans that countries owe to China, is that it makes you feel that countries in Africa, in fact, do not have a say in the kind of loans that they take from China. It's more like Beijing just picks you, country A, and then drops money on you, take it, and then you just grab it, and then you just go and use it without thinking about it. Again, it makes you feel like the African agency is not part of the conversation when it comes to discussing deals with China. And trust me, some of these projects that I mentioned, you will go and find European companies that are involved with the local government before these monies are even released to these countries. So there's no issue about confiscating of any country's assets anywhere in the world by China or any of that sort. In fact, in most cases, they actually allow these countries to sit on the table to restructure their debt. In the case of Ghana, they did the same. They talk about Uganda, Zambia, Sri Lanka, and all these countries. It's more of trying to. There's a caution there. Nobody should dispute the fact that we have to be cautious in these loans that countries are taking on. They have to be sustainable. The project that need the financing.
Why we are being cautious? Why we are being cautious and looking at these issues from a patriotic and African eye side of it? Let's also ask ourselves this particular question: to what extent is corruption playing out in this Chinese loans, be it padding of this particular project when they get here, or this particular infrastructure stretching longer than it should be? Because some of these projects are also counterpart funding. Like there are several of those particular projects in Nigeria that are counterpart funding, and a project that's supposed to last a year, 2, 3 is lasting over 8, 10 years. So what role is corruption playing within the African context when it comes to Chinese loans?
There are a lot of loopholes when it comes to the kind of role that countries in Africa play when it comes to managing the debt. And of course, corruption is one of them in terms of trying to get transparent deals that we believe is in the interest of the public. Those are issues that have come up in terms of trying to interrogate what can be done to really reduce the sort of risk that these countries are exposed to when it comes to taking on loans, whether from China or India, from the West, anywhere in the world. So corruption is a key part of what the kind of conversation. That's why I always talk about borrower responsibility. In most cases, we box all the challenges together and drop it on the source of the funding. And then we exonerate ourselves from the conversation, that as if we do not have a role to play in where we find ourselves. And that is what this whole debt conversation about. When somebody says you are being trapped by another country, it's like the person is saying that you do not have a brain of your own. In fact, it was no fault of yours. In fact, you were not involved, and somebody just luring with money. So if it falls flat on the surface, or if you find yourself in a fix, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. It's that person that gave you the money to invest in your road and your railway and your oil infrastructure that you need. That cannot be the case. So we have own borrower responsibility is very key. In fact, in the conversation about debt, usually we exempt the African government and African leaders from this kind of conversation, which is not right. The issue about corruption, yes, corruption can be induced from the source of the funding, the kind of, the source of funding that you're getting, the corruption can be induced from there. But again, we also have to deal with our own corruption-related issues that we have, that we know, and it's a new fact that you find in some of the corrupt, when you look at the corruption perception index around the world, you're going to find majority of them in Africa. And the sort of illicit financial flow that exit the continent, in fact, the loopholes in our tax system that can help us, block some of these funding that we are losing to invest in our critical infrastructure. So there's a whole lot that we need to discuss about our own responsibility as countries on the continent, that we have a responsibility towards managing this debt to the level that we believe. So taking out the money from China or India, from Europe, whatever, it's not the issue. It's about how we are being responsible enough in accepting the fact that we also have a critical role to play, and not just because we find ourselves in a crisis, therefore it is not our fault. Somebody lured me to take money and I just took it. That cannot be the case. So corruption, again, is a very key thing that we need to deal with as a continent when it comes to taking on these loans and details.
Thank you very much. Corruption is a key thing we have to deal with. Now let's bring this home. For those that keep wondering, you see a whole lot of NGOs, non-governmental organizations. You see a whole lot of funding, counterpart fund. You see a whole lot of countries coming and making inroads into Africa. But the truth of the matter is this: nobody is coming here to give Africa free food, because it's non-existent. No matter the diplomacy, no matter what it is, it's all about interest. People see interest and they go to where their interest is protected and where they will make profit. It doesn't matter how the relationship is called. Now, let's now ask ourselves this question. I'm bringing that to you. For those that are representing different African countries in these forms of agreement, be it the loans, be it the signing of deals, be it in every form of these meetings, do you really see them representing Africa well? Or at the end of the day, we signed papers that those that will come after will not be happy that those that were before them signed?
Well, I think we are seeing a bit of progress in terms of the African assertiveness when it comes to dealing with powers that be, or the kind of sources that they get funding or assistance from. Now we are seeing more of African voices that are clamoring for more better engagement, better deals, and getting, taking the African perspective into consideration when it comes to the engagement with it. In fact, in the president of Xi Jinping in Beijing, that for the first time you have African leaders that were speaking on specific challenges that they believe are existing between Africa and China. For example, the issue about trade imbalance. In fact, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa in his speech mentioned that right in the presence of the Chinese president. It doesn't matter whether you are promising to offer $50 billion of development assistance to us or not. These are real challenges that we are facing that we believe has to be resolved. So in that context, I can see that now there are voices. In fact, in recent time, we saw the president of Kenya in Western quarters, the IMF meetings and all of that, all of them raising voice about how the international financial system is not favoring countries in Africa and how they need to be restructured. There are conversations about currency dependency of the dollar, depend on the dollar, and how countries in Africa needs to now find a way to trade among yourselves using our local currency. These are all new nuances and voices that speaks to the fact that there's a new momentum from the representative from Africa that are trying to assert their voice, trying to push the interests of Africa. In fact, in the Beijing Declaration, as we saw, the 10-point that President Xi announced that accumulated into the $50 billion that we've all seen, you can see that almost all the issues that President Xi mentioned are issues that are raised by institutions in Africa. When you go to every major country, even at the regional or the continental level, that are raised, that these are critical issues that we have to look at for as a continent. And that was what you can see that's fed into the kind of commitment that were announced during the Beijing summit of the SOUQ. So there's a new drive in terms of the asserting of the African voices in shaping how these deals and how these pronouncements, how these initiatives are done than when usually it is just announced and just dumped on African countries. Now that's not the case. There's a series of engagement because of, again, because of the new frontiers that are emerging. Now we have the BRICS, as we all know, that's also ensuring that there's a new momentum for voices in the global south, which of course now a lot of countries in Africa are planning to join the BRICS, and of course we have the SOUQ and China being a huge front for most countries. So these are all avenues that are giving impetus for African perspectives to be heard and to feed into some of the final outcomes of these deals and engagement that we are seeing around the world. In fact, there are changes even at the WTO level. There are changes at the UN Security Council level. The G20, in fact, for the first time, I think last year, the African Union was accepted as a member of the G20, which is a very huge development for Africa. So I believe that these are all new changes that are welcoming, and therefore one can see that some interests are being pushed, and those interests are being fed into some of these new initiatives that we are seeing around the world concerning Africa.
Now we are rounding up. We've come to that particular time where the watch says is enough. But before we go, I just want a sentence or two from you on this particular issue. Now, the leaders are elected for the people. The people don't serve the leader. The leader is supposed to serve the people. That is what it should be. Whether that's what it is in Africa, that's a topic for another day. But now let's look at this particular loans and this infrastructure coming from China. Do you think the people should be carried along? Citizens of different African countries, for whatever infrastructure the government of the day is putting on ground, do you think the people should be carried along? Or do you think the people should also stand up and say, get this or don't get that? At what point should the point and the voices of the citizens of the country be heard?
It is the responsibility of countries to ensure that any program that they are putting on the table, dealing with any country around the world, is in the interest of their citizens. That is the first point. So if the Chinese government is dealing with the Ghana government, they assume that the Ghana government represents the voices of the Ghanaians, and therefore they are dealing in the interest of the Ghanaian populace. That is the first point. They have no hand in deciding on what the people of Ghana want, because they believe that what the people of Ghana want is what the government of Ghana represents. So that responsibility is on the African countries themselves to ensure that before they table any sort of program line to engage any country, whether it's from the Europe, from Asia, from the Middle East, whatever, dealing with other African countries, that these are issues and programs that represent the interests of their citizens. That's the bottom line. When you're dealing at the highest level in terms of government to government, the people are not involved. They cannot be involved at that level. It is you sitting across the table representative of another country, let's say China, and you believe that you are there because of your people that you represent, and therefore whatever you're putting on the table is the interest of it. So that responsibility really relies on the countries that are going on the table to negotiate these deals with these countries, whether China, India, or Europe, or whatever. So we have to ensure that we have to advocate for government to almost always represent the interests of their citizens, because if not, then we're going to sell ourselves short in some of these engagements without.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. We've had the Executive Director of Africa and China Center for Policy and Advisory, Mr. Paul Frimpong, on SOUQ Pulse for the first time, and it's been our honor for every member of the crew and myself. And we look forward to having you again. Thank you very much for being a guest on SOUQ Pulse, Mr. Paul.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now, to everyone out there, let's get this fact straight. It doesn't matter how much your country is owing. It doesn't matter how much they will owe tomorrow. But know this, you are a part, and a responsibility is yours to make sure that your voice counts. So whatever the infrastructure is, talk about it. Wherever it's going to be situated, talk about it. If the loans are getting high, talk about it. If there's any form of restructure, talk about it. We can't keep quiet. We can't afford to keep quiet because our silence is expensive, very expensive. Now, for every other person out there, you have a representative in your various houses, National Assembly, whatever you call it in your country. Get this and get it right. If we say we need to build infrastructure in Africa, is to get us productive, and that must be done not just well but timely. We can't lose time. and lose production and lose productivity all at the same time. So it's my responsibility, it's your responsibility to keep talking. Hold your elected leaders accountable. That's the first point of being productive. That is why they are elected. And don't keep quiet. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. It's been my pleasure having you on this program today, and on behalf of me, myself, and the very beautiful crew that bring this to you on daily basis, except the weekends. I want to say thank you very much for hanging in there. Remember, follow us on our social media handles, SOUQ TV, on all social media handles, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, SOUQ News TV, and send in every single thing you think you've missed or want to hear or respond or you're not happy about, and somebody will definitely reply. Follow us and we'll follow you back. It's been a pleasure having you here today. I will say thank you very much. Have yourself a beautiful, beautiful evening. And remember, be your brother's keeper. Bye.